Okay. Good morning, college football fans, and welcome to the end of season massive tournament that I have promised and I will now deliver on. I'm feeling just a little sick, coming into one of the worst days of my second cold in about 3 weeks, which means that streaming for around 10 to 11 hours today might not be the best idea, but tradition calls, and I must answer. Before you see a bracket that contains the 128 best teams from Season-Long Imperialism. There are 8 teams that we are not including in this tournament. And let me figure out who those are real quick by just pulling up the spreadsheet. Marathon seeding. There we go. So the worst 8 teams that will not be playing in this tournament are Middle Tennessee State, Southern Miss, Fresno State, Oklahoma State, Temple, Kansas State, Troy, and Western Kentucky are the 8 teams that were eliminated beforehand just by being the 8 worst teams from Season-Long Imperialism. The other 128 teams are here. We've got a bunch of very interesting matchups. You'll see in the video description a full list of all the matchups in round 1, which is going to take around 5 hours to complete. Indiana, who lost in the 3rd game of Season-Long Imperialism, did make it into the tournament. They are the 79th seed, and we will see them later taking on Stanford. But this is the full bracket, and we will get this going in one moment once I blow my nose real quick. So we got our first matchup of the day. It is Ohio State once again starting out in a long tournament, just as they always do. They will be taking on Wyoming at home. Let's get it going. We're going to be super simming basically everything, trying to go as fast as we possibly can. Let's go. We want to average somewhere around 4 to 4.5 minutes per game because then we'll be on schedule to finish. We're skipping by the intros. We are just going full speed run with this tournament. Wyoming will kick off first, and there it goes. Buckeyes will return to the 10 to the 15. It's a nice little spin move out to the 19-yard line. There's a tight end matchup. Max Clare, one of the best tight ends in college football, going up against John Michael Gillenberg of Wyoming, who might not get much screen time today. Here's Julian Sayin. Sayin will send Jeremiah Smith in motion. He fakes the handoff, wants to throw on first down, wanted to go deep. He'll go intermediate. That's going to be caught by Max Clare all the way out to the 49-yard line, and that will take us to Super Sim. Ohio State getting started quickly. And we can't go Super Sim yet. There we go. And Ohio State starts out with multiple scores. They get a turnover at 17-0, 24-0. 24-3 at halftime. Wyoming can't do anything to answer. It's 31-3. 34-3. It's the 1 seed against the 128 seed. I don't know what you expected, but it's 48-3. Ohio State gets their first win of the tournament, and they'll move on to the round of 64 as expected. There we go. Ohio State moves on in the bracket, and we keep on going. Our next matchup is going to be the 2 teams right at the middle of the bracket. in terms of their imperialism finish, it is going to be the 64 seed Virginia Tech against the 65 seed Toledo. Let's get it set up. There they are. And let's change the lighting a little bit just to get something more fitting for Virginia Tech. That's not really it. Virginia Tech doesn't really have a great lighting setup, so we're just going to go with Toledo's colors to make it safe. There we go. All right, second game of the tournament. Toledo did not win a game of this tournament. I don't think Virginia Tech did either. It's two teams that were just kind of meh. Getting a second chance here. The winner takes on the defending Imperialism national champion, Ohio State Buckeyes. Toledo can't get it much further than the 12-yard line. And that is where their quarterback will get started. We've got Junior Vanderos III at receiver for the Rockets. We'll see if he gets a play on this opener, and we'll see if this game remains close or Virginia Tech's able to get a quick victory to move on. It's going to be a handoff inside, getting absolutely nothing. Only a 2-yard pickup for Toledo as we go to Super Sim. Toledo takes an early lead. This could be an upset. This very well could be an upset. It's 10-0, 17-0. Virginia Tech not showing up at all. It's 24-0. Several turnovers. Crazy, crazy results. 24-8. Virginia Tech trying to jump back into it at the very last second. 24-16. Toledo trying to run out the clock. They make it 27-24, and that is your ball game. Virginia Tech with a furious rally at the end, but it comes up just short. The Toledo Rockets give us our first upset of the tournament. Let's go to the bracket and take a look at that. There we go. Toledo will move on to the round of 64 when we get there several hours from now. Up next, we've got Colorado versus Appalachian State. You've got Deion Sanders' team against the perennial underdog Mountaineers. We'll see who comes out on top in this battle. Game number 3. It's going to be Colorado at home. There they are. And Appalachian State on the road. They'll have their standard away uniforms, Colorado. We're going in their home uniforms. We're going pretty quickly right now, which is good. All right, heading out to the great and beautiful state of Colorado for game number 3. Let's see if I can get some better colors on that for here. That'll work. The Buffalo runs out, welcoming everybody to this beautiful stadium. These very talented players getting paid a lot of money. Not if they show up late for practice, though. Then their pay gets docked. All right, let's skip this. There's Appalachian State. From the northwest of North Carolina. Coach is getting them hyped. Bison are ready to go, and we are underway out in Boulder. Return does not get very far to the 14-yard line, and that is where the Appalachian State Mountaineers will get started on their opening play. We've already seen one Group of 5 or Power 4 victory in this tournament after just 2 games. Could we get a second one right here? Appalachian State, they're certainly capable of pulling this kind of victory off. We'll see if they can do it. Quarterback throws short. That's going to be caught for a first down on the opening play. That was Tawfiq Bayard with the tackle for Colorado, which will take us to Super Sim. 7-0 Buffaloes early on. But the Mountaineers tied at 7. Colorado makes it 10-7. App State trying to answer. They can't. Colorado trying to put it away. 13-7. Can't quite do it. Third quarter. We go to the fourth. 19-7. This game looks just about over. 19-14. App State with the last possible second. Can they get something to go? No, they cannot. 19-14 is your final. And Colorado gets the victory. I'm just going to go here. 19-14 is your final. Colorado moves forward to the next round. Okay, so up next we've got a Big 12 versus, I think, where's the UTSA? I think they're in Sunbelt or American Athletic. I don't really know where UTSA is, but it's Kansas versus UTSA for our fourth game. The winner will take on Colorado. That's great. So it'll be Kansas at home. Taking on the University of Texas San Antonio right there. Should be a fun uniform matchup. It's a battle of the birds in game number 4. The Roadrunners lost to Texas State early on in the tournament. Kansas had a fun 3-game run. They nearly beat Oklahoma. It was a double overtime, crazy showdown that went back and forth. Last second drive by Kansas to keep it alive with a 25-yard Jalen Daniels scrambling touchdown. Now let's see if they can get a quick group of 5 victory to move forward to the round of 64 to set up a Big 12 showdown against the Colorado Buffaloes. Return to the 15, down to the 20. A couple broken tackles to get out to the 22-yard line. It's the best kick return we've seen so far in this marathon tournament. Let's update the colorway here for Kansas. So here's Jalen Daniels in his last action here as Kansas' quarterback. Tossing outside, a couple little juke moves, getting a gain of 9 for the Jayhawks. And oh no. They have a turbo offense, which is going to make it very hard to super sim. There's the handoff inside. And we're going to have to wait for a stoppage of play to try and get this thing to super sim. That pass is caught inside. I think we're just going to control Kansas so that we can stop this game and go to Super Sim. That's going to be the vibe. There we go. Kansas gets a quick touchdown. They make it 14-3. UTSA trying to keep it close. 14-10, 17-14. Roadrunners are taking the lead. UTSA looking for an upset, 24-14 going to the fourth quarter. Kansas make it 20-21, 28-24. UTSA trying last second to try and take the lead. They can't do it. 31-24. That is your ball game. Kansas gets a close victory and moves on with a win for the Big 12. 31-24. Ugh. we go. Kansas gets another win for the Big 12. They are 2-0 so far in this tournament. It'll be Colorado versus Kansas once we get to the round of 64. Up next, we go to the ACC for the first time. It's Florida State against Central Michigan. Let's get it set up. There we go. Battle of two predominantly maroon teams. So let's get some lighting that matches the vibes. I don't think we have Florida State as a color right here. We do have this, which gets us pretty close. Here we are in Doak Campbell Stadium. As Florida State runs out, it's another Power 4 against Group of 5 matchup. Okay. Langston Lewis, the wide receiver for Central Michigan, one of their better players. He'll have to have a big game if they want to get an upset on the road against Florida State here. It's going to have number 5 up the middle, and he is going to be taken down after a gain of 4. It's a decent first run. There's Joe Labus, I think it's still the quarterback for Central Michigan, as we take this one to Super Sim. Bunch of long methodical drives. Central Michigan's taking the lead 7-0. Florida State trying to answer. They still can't. 10-0 Central Michigan. 10-7 now. Florida State desperately trying to hold on. 10-10. We're tied. 13-10 going into the fourth quarter. Florida State needs a touchdown. They can't get it. Central Michigan trying to expand the lead. They do. It's 20-10. And we've got ourselves an upset. Central Michigan takes down the number 16 seed in the tournament, the Florida State Seminoles. It's the highest seed we've lost so far. They really would have expected they made it. They would make it all the way to, I guess, the round of 16. Yeah. They get upset way before their time. The Chippewas take them down. 20-10 is your final. And Central Michigan, the number 113 seed, goes through. That's the thing. Seeding really doesn't determine team quality. It does to an extent, but it's really just how you did in Season-Long Imperialism. So you've got a bunch of very good teams with very low seeds, like Indiana and Texas Tech, who you'll see later. Up next, it's an all Group of 5 matchup. It's UNLV versus Northern Illinois. Here we go. There we go. Should be a relatively evenly matched contest here. All right, so it's another team from the MAC. Northern Illinois, of course, about to move to the Mountain West this year. So they will be conference rivals with UNLV. The Rebels have Imperialism legend Alex Orji as their starting quarterback. Orji was able to get them a win before UNLV was knocked out, I believe, by BYU in this tournament, in the Season-Long Imperialism tournament. I'm kind of forgetting on that. But, of course, Northern Illinois took down Notre Dame in real life a couple years ago. We'll see if they can pull off a big upset here. Change the colorway to match for UNLV. as we are underway here in Las Vegas. Kick return gets past the 15 up to the 17-yard line, and that is where Northern Illinois' quarterback will step onto the field. It's Josh Holst from Marengo, Illinois. Holst fakes the jet sweep, fakes the handoff, wants to go deep, and he does to the sideline. That is broken up by an aggressive UNLV defender as we go to Super Sim. Rebels take an early lead after a couple turnovers. It's 10-0. 10-7. Northern Illinois trying to keep it close. UNLV is able to stretch it back out to 13-7. Huskies need a touchdown. They can't get it. UNLV trying to make a multiple possession game. They can't do it. It's 13-10. 16-10. We're still close, going up to the very last second, and that is your ball game. UNLV is able to hold on as the number 49 seed to move ahead. They will get a matchup with another MAC team, the Central Michigan Chippewas, in the next round. They could have a pretty easy pathway to the round of 32 if they're able to straighten things out. Let's take a look at the bracket here. Final score is 16-10, right? Yeah, 16-10. There we go. So now we've got the number 17 seed who has to be on alert after Florida State lost. It's Georgia Tech going up against Washington State, the new founding member of the resurgent Pac-12. Just going to update the colors again here for Georgia Tech. There we go. Okay. Yellow Jackets had a decent run, picking up a good amount of territory and just sort of staying quiet during season-long imperialism. They ended up losing to somebody down south before they could really get rolling. But now they'll see if they can advance to the round of 64 to what will be a very advantageous matchup that I'll reveal once we see the end of this game. Georgia Tech could have a very good run. They've got Haynes King, Jamal Haynes, a bunch of very talented players. There's their mascot. As we get going here. There goes the kick, and we are underway down in Atlanta. Kick return goes out past the 20 up to the 23-yard line. That's the best return we've seen so far. Here's Haynes King. 6'3", 215. He's from Longview, Texas. He's been loving playing out here for Georgia Tech. He's going to hand it off to Jamal Haynes up the middle, and he gets stopped after 5 yards, and that will take us to Super Sim. Can Washington State pull off a shocker of an upset here, or will Georgia Tech advance as most people expect them to? Let's find out right now. 3-0 Georgia Tech. 6-0 Georgia Tech. 9-0 Georgia Tech. Looking like the Super Bowl here. 12-0 Georgia Tech. 19-0 Georgia Tech. 19-3. We go to the fourth quarter. 22-3, and that is your ball game. An easy win for Georgia Tech. Let's go ahead and update the bracket. There we go. The 17 seed moves on. So now we've got the number 48 seed Kent State, who did get a win in the tournament against Akron. So this is a rematch of that Imperialism matchup. Let's get it set up. Kent State versus Akron, the battle for the wagon wheel. Rock me, mama. There we go. It's an all-MAC battle. We're getting some action to decide who will go to the round of 64 to face Georgia Tech. Kent State getting hyped up. We're just going to skip straight into this battle to try and save as much time as we possibly can. Right now, we're averaging about 3.5 minutes per game, which is a really good rate, especially for these opening rounds, to try and finish this thing as fast as we can. Could mean that we finish the opening round in about 4 hours instead of 5, which would be nice. Kent State will start with the football. Akron leads the all-time series with these two foes. We'll see if Kent State can get another win in one of these tournaments. They're going to start with an easy run, and it goes absolutely nowhere. It's a loss of 2. Cyrus Durham with the tackle for loss there. And that will take us right to Super Sim. Who will win in this all-MAC battle? Let's find out. 7-0 Kent State. Akron answers with a field goal. They can't answer again, 14-3. Kent State trying to put it away quickly, 14-10. They won't quite do it yet. We go to the third quarter, 21-10. Can Akron answer? Yes, they can. 21-13. 28-13. Akron running out of time. They score. They have one shot left. They can't quite do it, and Kent State's able to get the victory, 28-20. High-stakes game ended up being very exciting. Kent State ran out the clock to get the victory, though. There we go. So Kent State will move on to face Georgia Tech. The next battle we have, the number 8 seed, the Oregon Ducks, one of the top 5 teams in the tournament of Season-Long Imperialism. They will take on the 121 seed Georgia Southern. Let's get it set up. This should be a very, very easy win for Oregon as we get the lighting set up. Here we go. We'll see if Georgia Southern can pull off a shocking upset, but I sincerely doubt it. Oregon has an NFL-ready quarterback in Dante Moore who is not going to the NFL. He will stay with Oregon for another year. They really want to win that natty. As the 5-star receiver Decorian Moore trots out with the rest of his team, the Ducks are ready to go. In beautiful Autzen Stadium. Funny, Oregon's basketball team has been absolutely horrible this year. It's a shock to see because they are usually quite respectable in the basketball court. Kick goes to the 15, and he's taken down right there. So that is where Georgia Southern will get started. They've got River Helms at tight end. Kenyon Sadiq is the tight end for Oregon. He's going to be a first-round draft pick this year in the NFL draft. Going to be an easy run up the middle, and they don't get much there, only 1 yard as Amari Washington, the defensive tackle, is able to make the stop, and we go straight to Super Sim. Oregon starts with a touchdown. Georgia Southern can't answer. They're keeping it close, though. We go to halftime, and it's still only 7-0. Georgia Southern trying to get some sort of touchdown. They can't do it. 14-0. 14-7. Hold on. 17-7, and that should do it. Oregon gets the victory and moves on with a quick 17-7 win over Georgia Southern. Not as high-flying of an offense as you'd expect. Georgia Southern, you get our respect, but you do not get a win. The 8 seed moves on. Now we get the 57 seed USF against the 72 seed Minnesota. Let's get it set up. There we go. And there's Minnesota. We're getting plenty of Power 4 versus Group of 5 matchups so far today. So we're about to hit 11:30. Let's update this colorway a little bit. We'll probably just stay with the Oregon colors for USF. It's as close as we can get. I'm just going to jump straight in here. Minnesota having to travel all the way down south. They don't travel this far very often. We are underway in Tampa for our 10th game of the day. It's going to be a quick takedown at the 21-yard line, and that is where the Minnesota Golden Gophers will get started. There's Darius Taylor, the junior halfback. He's an 88 overall. It's quite a good halfback for them to have. He could be the difference in this very close game. They go with a direct snap to Taylor, and he's taken down for a gain of 1. Jalen Schuler able to make the tackle for USF as we go straight into Super Sim. Three, 6-3, no touchdowns yet. Minnesota trying to get the first. They can't. They have the ball again. They still can't do it. Fourth quarter, they do get the first touchdown. It's 10-6. Then they make it 17-6, and that is going to be your ball game. The Golden Gophers get the road victory. It's an upset by seed. It's not an upset by overall. Minnesota will move on to set up an all Big Ten showdown against Oregon in the round of 64. Let's take a look at the bracket. There we go. Up next, we've got the number 25 team from Season-Long Imperialism, the Wisconsin Badgers, taking on team number 104 in Air Force. Let's just get... This one will work. For Wisconsin. Averaging about 3 minutes per game. That's very, very good. All right, red versus blue. Here we go. Going out to Camp Randall and getting ready to jump around with the rabid Wisconsin Badger fans. Didn't have a great year in real life. Had a pretty fantastic year at Imperialism. Got a couple wins. Got a very big territory, but then lost to either Illinois, maybe Ohio State. I forget who they lost to. But now they've got a chance to put together a pretty fun run, although their second opponent might knock them out pretty quickly. They'll hope to get a win against Air Force at least, as we are underway in Madison. Kick return gets out to the 16-yard line, and that is where Air Force will get us started. here in game number 11. Bruin Fleischman, the tight end, going up against Lance Mason, the Wisconsin tight end. Air Force getting set with their triple option offense. They send a man in motion. And he's not going to... Oh, no, he lost the ball, and it's recovered, thank God, by Air Force. That will take us to Super Sim. Three to 2. Air Force gets a safety, but Wisconsin's able to answer with a touchdown, 17-2. Air Force can't get any other points on the board. Fourth quarter, 17-9. They're trying to keep it close. Can they get another touchdown? No, they cannot. 17-9. That's going to be your ball game. Wisconsin moves forward to the round of 64. And given how close that game was, that's probably their only win of the tournament right there. Because now we have the number 40 seed, the Texas Longhorns, going up against number 89, Nebraska. Here we go. This is technically a rivalry. They don't play very often, but they're close to each other. Both have very proud traditions. As we will go out to Austin for game number 12. Texas trying to take down Nebraska to move forward in a very difficult bracket. This is one of the toughest group of eights in this entire bracket. You've got Oregon, Wisconsin, and Texas all on one side. And wait till you see who the 9 seed is. This is really the group of death in the 8 groups of 16 that we have in this tournament. Steve Sarkisian getting the Texas Longhorns hyped up and ready to go. And they will kick it away to the Cornhuskers to get this game started. It's a nice little spin move, but then he's taken down at the 20-yard line. Lee foul with the stop. There's Dylan Raiola, the future Oregon man, who will be the backup to Dante Moore for a year before getting the starting job out in Eugene. Raiola gets everybody set. He's going to hand it off up the middle. He's going to be taken down after a 2-yard pickup. Jelani McDonald able to make the tackle for Texas as we go straight to Super Sim. Texas gets on the board. They're trying it on the board again. They can't quite do it. Nebraska trying to take the lead. They can't do it either. We go to halftime. It's 3-3. Nebraska takes the lead 10-3 on the road. Texas in desperation mode. They make it 10-10. 17-10. Nebraska try to tie it. They cannot. That is your ball game. Texas squeaks by, avoiding a crazy upset there as Arch Manning will move the Longhorns on to the round of 64. There we go. Wisconsin versus Texas next round. But up next, we've got the number 9 seed, the Georgia Bulldogs, taking on the 120 seed Army Black Knights. This should be another bloodbath, but maybe Army pulls off the upset. Who knows? There we go. Oh my God. There they are. Georgia, of course, got a couple victories in Imperialism before losing late in the tournament to Tennessee in a crazy double overtime upset loss that I was very happy to see happen. But now the Bulldogs will take on Army for a chance to get a quick, easy win to start a possible national championship run here in the marathon tournament. Georgia still has yet to win any sort of tournament on this channel. This is their 5th chance. We'll see if they can pull it off this time. Nice little juke move with the opening kick return out to the 26-yard line. It's the best return we've seen in this tournament, as Gunnar Stockton will get the Bulldogs started here on offense. Stockton hands it off. That's going to be dropped for only a 1-yard gain. Caleb Fortner able to get the stop, and my charger just popped out. Hold on. Here we go. 3-0 Georgia. 6-0 Georgia. 13-0. We haven't seen a lot of blowouts, but this one is certainly trending in that direction. 21-0. They get the 2-point conversion. 24-31-0. And that is your ball game. The first shutout of this tournament goes to Georgia as they obliterate Army. There we go. The 9 seed moves on. And now it's time for another military battle. We've already seen all 3 military schools. This time it's the 56 seed Navy going up against the 73 seed SMU. Go. Okay. All right, this should be a win for SMU, but who knows? Maybe Navy pulls off the upset. We get the flyover from a couple of very fancy military jets. I've been to the stadium. It's a nice little stadium. Let's skip right into it. Navy versus SMU here in game number 14 of this tournament. SMU destroyed Navy in their last matchup, 59-14. We'll see if this one goes the same way. Kevin Jennings, the quarterback, drops back, waiting, throwing short. And that is going to be caught for a 5-yard gain. They don't get much in their opening play, which will take us to Super Sim. SMU takes an early lead, 14-0. 17-0, and this game is essentially over, 24-3. 3 to 3. 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 3 27-3. And your final is going to be 30-3, a very, very easy win for SMU. And they'll be a worthy challenger for Georgia in the next round. Can't wait to see that happen. But up next, we go out to the Mountain West as the 24 seed Boise State Broncos will take on the 105 seed NC State Wolfpack. Here we go. There we go, and all right, another red versus blue game going out to the blue turf in Boise, Idaho. We're going to finish the first 16 games in the first hour. That's a really good rate. That means we're setting up to go about 8 hours today instead of 10. That'd be a nice break. I'd love that. Also means that I'll make the pizza order right before our last group of 16. So yeah, 16 times. Yeah, once we get to game 48, that's when we'll make the pizza order. It's a decent kick return to the 19-yard line. Boise State will start with the football here. There's Dylan Riley, one of the running backs trying to replicate Ashton Genty's success. There's the updated lighting for Boise State. As Maddox Madsen sends the man in motion, we've got a blitzer coming in from the safety. Edge, no, he stays out. Madsen throws short. That's going to be a gain of 5 on 1st and 10 for Boise State as we take this one to Super Sim. Can the Broncos pull off another Power 4 upset here? They have home field advantage. Let's see if they can take advantage of it. They can't. 3-0. 6-0. They're not doing anything yet. 13-0. Boise State finally gets a touchdown as we go into halftime. 16-7. They still can't answer. They finally get it. 16-14. It stays close. 23-14. That is your ball game. NC State gets the road victory to maintain the ACC's run of dominance so far in this tournament. 23-14. Bit of a shame seeing Boise State lose that quickly, but they had a tough opponent. What can you say? The 105 seed NC State Wolfpack moves forward. Now we get the 41 seed Oregon State against the 88 seed Kentucky. There we go. And on the other side, right there. So both Oregon teams get home games here in round 1. We'll see if Oregon State can get the win, just like their big brothers up north. There's the Beaver mascot. Washington State already lost their opening game of this tournament. We'll see if Oregon State can have better luck here as one of the only remaining teams from the Pac-12. Kentucky will kick off. I did make a rule. Every single time an SEC team loses in this tournament, I'll have one of these Warheads sour bites. I don't know how sour they're going to be. Got tartaric acid, citric acid, and malic acid. Should be a pretty sour experience, and I'm expecting that Oregon State could pull off the upset here. But maybe Kentucky gets the win, and I don't have to eat these yet. Quick screen outside number 7. He is taken down, but not before he picks up a good gain of 8 on first down for the Beavs. And we will go to Super Sim. Oregon State goes up 10-0. Kentucky once again struggling here. 17-0. Wildcats in trouble. 20-0. 20-3. 20-10. I'm opening up the package, but maybe not. 20-17. They're trying to come back here. 27-17. It stays close, and that is going to be your ball game. Oregon State gets the win, which means I got to start eating these things. Oh, man. It's like a gummy. That's kind of... Yeah, that's not sour at all. That's mild. Kind of flavorless. We got one. We'll probably eat more of those. I'm kind of abandoning that because these aren't a challenge. Anyway, 27-24. Let's update the bracket. We have our first SEC loss of the tournament as the 41 seed moves forward. Now we get the number 4 seed, the Miami Hurricanes, taking on the number 125 seed Memphis Tigers. This is going to be a fun battle. Let's get it set up. Miami made it all the way to the Imperialism National Championship, but lost to Ohio State in a very close battle. We'll see if they can get their revenge in this tournament. All right, Miami versus Memphis. Let's get it going. All right, coach is getting them hyped up. Hurricanes ready to roll out. Carson Beck, in his last appearance in a college ball video game. We'll see if we can get Miami their long-awaited title in one of these tournaments. Here comes Brendan Lewis, the quarterback for Memphis. He'll drop back, throw short, going to be caught. He's taken down right there for a gain of 7 for the Tigers. Let's see if Miami can make quick work of Memphis here. $3-0, 10-0, 17-0, and that is essentially your ball game. Memphis can do nothing to respond. Do we have our second shutout of the marathon tournament? It looks like we do. Yes, we do. 27-0 is your final. Miami with the very, very easy victory. All right, up next we got an all-Texas battle between North Texas and Houston. Let's get it set up. There we go. Red versus green should be a very interesting matchup if you're colorblind. Yeah, these Warheads things are just not They're not sour. All right, the Mean Green getting set to go. They have yet to win a game. I think they won a game in first season-long Imperialism, but it's been a while. Houston will get things started from the 22-yard line. And that is where Connor Wegman will step out ready to lead this team possibly to a marathon victory here. He's going to fake the handoff, throw short. It's going to be caught by number 3, and he will pick up 9 yards. Patrick Smith-Young makes the tackle for North Texas. Houston takes the early lead. North Texas had a fantastic year in real life. Came up just short of the college ball playoff. We'll see if they can get a Power 4 victory here. They're down, but they retake the lead 14-10. Houston trying to retake the lead. They can. 17-14. North Texas needs to try and tie. They do take the lead 21-17, and that is your ball game. North Texas does get the upset victory, and they will move forward in this tournament to the round of 64 to take on Miami. What was the score again? 21-17. Okay. There we go. North Texas moves on. Up next, we go out to the Big Ten as the number 29 seed USC will take on the 100 seed Old Dominion. Lighting is ready to go. Let's get it set up. Here they are. And Old Dominion on the other side. Old Dominion has to travel quite a long way to get over to Southern California for this battle. So their players might be tired, and I don't think they're going to have a very good chance of beating this vaunted USC offense. As Lincoln Riley gets some hyped, Jada Mayava on the sideline ready to go, but Old Dominion will start with the football. And I think they have a turbo offense, so we might have to take control of Old Dominion in order to get to Super Sim. Kick return only gets to the 16-yard line. Colton Joseph at quarterback for the Monarchs. It's an RPO over the middle to number 0. It's a good play. And we just go Super Sim from here. That's nice. USC takes a 7-3 lead, 14-3, and that should wrap things up. 21-3, 24-3, 37-3 at the end. Did they make it 38-3? They did. 38-3 is your final. USC gets a very easy win against Old Dominion to move forward to the round of 64. we go. And now we get the number 36 seed Buffalo, who gets a super high rating despite being the MAC and not a very good team after they beat Penn State twice in Imperialism to make it very far in the tournament before losing to Ohio State. And they will take on Georgia State. They get a gift of an opening matchup. We'll see if they can get another victory to go up against USC later on in the round of 64. There's Georgia State. It's going to be a blue-on-blue matchup. I think we'll go with Buffalo's all-black uniforms here. There we go. All right, so it's an all group of 5 matchup here in game 20 of this 127 game tournament. Let's make sure we get the colors right. There we go. Yeah, Buffalo really had an incredible double victory over Penn State. As the kickoff is going to be returned past the 20 to the 22-yard line. That is where Buffalo will get started. I will be right back. Just going to watch more play here for Buffalo. It's a nice little toss over the middle for a Buffalo first down, and we just lost connection. Of course we did. Hold on. There we go. Nope, not stats. Three nothing. 7-3, 10-3, 17-10. Buffalo trying to pull away with this one. Georgia State keeping it close. Buffalo needs to get one more score, 24-10. That should wrap it up, 31-10, and they're going to blow them out. Buffalo making a statement as they get a win to move on to the round of 64, showing that their victories over Penn State were not a fluke, but now they will have to face USC on the road in the next round. 31-10 is the final. Georgia State is gone. Buffalo moves on. Now we have the number 13 seed, the Ole Miss Rebels, taking on the 116 seed Kennesaw State Owls. Should be a fun one. Let's get it set up. There we go. Let's get the lighting set up for Ole Miss. Where are they? There they are. All right, going out to Oxford, Mississippi, for what should be a pretty easy blowout win for the college football playoff semifinalist Ole Miss Rebels. So there's Kuwan Lacey, the running back for Ole Miss, getting set up with Trinidad Chambliss, who is trying to get his 6th year of eligibility to come back for one more year at Ole Miss, but he might have to go to the NFL. Chambliss throws a quick little screen that'll pick up about 3 yards. No, they'll say it'll only be 1 for Ole Miss as we jump over to Super Sim. Kennesaw State keeping it close, 14-7. Can they answer once again? They cannot. Trying again here. They do. It's 14-14. As we go to the fourth quarter, 21-14. Kennesaw State trying to keep it close. They can't do it. 35-14 is your final. Kennesaw State kept it close for a while, but Ole Miss pulled away with 21 unanswered points to end the contest. They win it 35-14. There we go. And now we get the number 52 seed Mississippi State Bulldogs against the 77 seed East Carolina Pirates for game number 22. All right, going to be a weird uniform matchup, but Mississippi State's seen worse. Just over an hour into this tournament, we've completed 21 games. That's a very good rate. Mississippi State got a win during Season-Long Imperialism, which really catapulted up their ranking before losing to Arkansas State, one of my favorite underdogs of the tournament. So here comes East Carolina. Drops back, throws short, going to be caught by number 6, and he is taken down after a gain of 5. Whoops. Gotta watch one more play. It's my fault. There we go. Caden Hauser, the quarterback for East Carolina, does lead them to a touchdown. Mississippi State cannot answer. Now they do 7-3, 14-3. Bulldogs are in trouble, 14-9. As we go to the third quarter, Mississippi State trying to take a last-second lead, and they do not. One more chance. They do take the lead in the final minute to win that game, 15-14. Mississippi State avoids the upset. They knock out Mr. Beast's favorite team, which I'm very happy about. Bulldogs move on by a final score of 15-14. All right. Now we move on to the number 20 seed, the Cal Golden Bears, taking on the 109 seed Ohio Bobcats. Let's get it set up. right, pretty easy one to set up. Should be a fun game. It's relatively evenly matched between a Titan of the MAC and one of the also rounds of the ACC. All right, so we're out here at Cal Berkeley, near San Francisco, as we get underway. Kick return gets just past the 20 to the 22-yard line. And that is where Ohio will get started. In their effort to pull off a crazy upset. There's a fake handoff. He wants to go deep. He's going to throw short instead. Beautiful move to the 35-40. A great opening play for the Ohio Bobcats to get up to the 46-yard line. That will take us to Super Sim. Well, first we got to see the replay. Or not. Okay, now we're going to see the replay. Caleb Gossett with the catch and run. Yeah, just sped past everybody on that one. Oh, no, I got to watch another play. That's fine. The run goes absolutely nowhere. Cal's able to shut it down. And now we can go to Super Sim. Cal goes up by 6. Ohio answers with a field goal. We go to the second half. 6-6. We're keeping it close. Still no touchdowns. 13-6. Ohio needs a quick one to answer. They do get it. We go to overtime for the first time this tournament, and Ohio's able to get the upset win, 19-16 in double overtime. An unbelievable upset for the Bobcats as they take down the number 20 seed of this tournament. Crazy, crazy moment. There we go. All right, now we got the number 45 seed, the UCF Knights, who made it all the way to the top 10 by barely playing at all, and then got their asses whooped by Miami, taking on the UTEP Miners, the number 84 seed. Let's get it set up. There we go. CSCF walks out into their beautiful stadium. The largest college by enrollment in the country, taking on the University of Texas, El Paso here. Kick it off. UTEP will get started at just the 16-yard line. Not a great return. Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. All right. UCF with an easy dub, 29-10, to move on to the round of 64. Sure, Ohio would have loved it if UTEP had won, but the Knights will move on. Now we get the number 5 seed of this tournament. They may have had a terrible year in real life, but Penn State went off like gangbusters in Imperialism, winning 6 games, but losing twice to Buffalo to end their run. They will take on the number 124 seed Florida Atlantic in their opening game. All right, there we go. So here's Caden Veltkamp, a 6'6", 236-pound quarterback for Florida Atlantic. We'll see if he can use his physicality and his frame to keep this game close. I'm guessing he won't, though. He does want to go deep. He throws. It's caught for a Florida Atlantic first down. A.J. Harris able to make the tackle for Penn State. That's a good play for this American Athletic team. They start up by 7-0. Penn State immediately answers 14-7. Florida Atlantic trying to get back into it. They cannot. Penn State needs to make this a multiple possession game. They can't do it. 17-7. They finally get it. Florida Atlantic makes it 17-14. It's going to be a very close finish. 24-14. Florida Atlantic tries to answer one more time. They do. 24-17. They get the ball back. They don't tie the game late. Penn State's able to win this one 24-17. They will move forward. There we go. I will be right back. Up next, the number 60 seed Missouri State will take on the number 69 nice seed Nevada Wolfpack. Let's get it going. There they are. Oh, man. Missouri State is about to become the first expansion team to win a game in any of these tournaments. They obliterate Nevada 31-6 to move on to the round of 64 to take on Penn State. Huge victory for the Bears. All right, this is a match we've been waiting for a while. It's Arkansas State, the 28th seed, who's got an absolutely horrible draw. They're taking on a team who is ranked number 101 in this tournament, but was the number 4 seed in the college football playoff. It's the Texas Tech Red Raiders who will play on the road against Arkansas State. We'll see if the Red Wolves can make another stunning upset, or if their marathon run will end right here. Yeah, the overall matchup is not close. This should be a win for Texas Tech, but maybe Arkansas State can shock the world one last time. Let's get their home colors up one last time. They're getting excited here. Oh my God. Arkansas State got an opening drive touchdown. Texas Tech answers with 2 field goals. Arkansas State needs more points. 10-6. 13-6. There's no way. It's 13-13. They're keeping it close. Arkansas State retakes the lead 20-13, 20-20. Stop. We're going to watch Arkansas State's last drive. They're going to kick it off. Arkansas State's going to have all 3 timeouts. Because if they can somehow pull off this win against Texas Tech, that would be stunning. Jalen Rayner. One last chance in a college football video game. He throws short, going to be dropped. It'll be 2nd and 10. Rayner, under pressure, gets it away, throws it long and incomplete. This just got a lot harder. Throws deep. Oh my God, they got it! First down, Arkansas State. They're not dead yet. Jalen Rayner only has 115 passing yards today. They mostly rely on the run game, but they got a huge moment there. 90 seconds to go. To hand off on the inside. It's a good run past the 50. And Arkansas State's in business. They need to go 48 more yards. They have plenty of timeouts. We'll see what they call next. They could take this game to overtime. Potentially take out the Texas Tech Red Raiders. Rayner under pressure is sacked. They're forced to use their second timeout. They lost 7 yards there. Rayner needs to find another seam. He just dumps it off short and pick up 5 yards. And 15 more seconds will come off the clock. They need another miraculous seam play. Here we go. Rayner waits. Under pressure, throws deep before he's hit, and it's incomplete. 40 seconds to go. Arkansas State's on their last life. Rayner throws quickly. That pass is intercepted. It's going to be Malcolm Rodriguez, who might get a pick 6 here. He's taken down just short, and that's going to be your ball game. That's a real shame. But here's the quarterback kneel. Texas Tech, after trailing for most of the game, Baron Morton will get to kneel this ball down to send the Raiders on to the round of 64. Oof. There we go. Up next, we got the 37 seed Wake Forest against the 92 seed Cincinnati. we go. Okay, 90 minutes into this game, in this tournament, we've done 27 games so far. We're about 3 1/3. 3 minutes and 20 seconds per game. We're still ahead of schedule. How far are we away from the Indiana game? We're about 11 games away from Stanford versus Indiana, which is our next high-profile matchup. Still got a while before we see James Madison play as well. They've got a big game against UCLA that they'll try and win. There's the opening run. It's a big play past the 30-yard line up to the 32 for DeMond Claiborne, who's had a couple of good games in Imperialism himself. Now we jump into Super Sim here. Wake Forest takes a 7-0 lead. Cincinnati trying to answer. They can't. 14-0. 14-7. 17-7 now. 17-10. 20-10. Cincinnati needs to try and do something. They can't do it. 27-10. Wake Forest is going to walk away with a win here. And they will move on to face Texas Tech in the next round. Big time win for the Demon Deacons. Final score is 27-10. Here we go. Now we get the 12 seed, the Missouri Tigers taking on Louisiana Tech, the 117 seed. Here we go. Okay. Not a great return for La Tech, as their offense will advance onto the field against a highly touted Missouri defense. They have a decent tight end, but I don't think they have much of a chance here against this SEC powerhouse in the Missouri Tigers. First play of the day is a pass. He's going to try and look short. Floats it. It's going to be incomplete after a good pass breakup by the Missouri defender, which will take us right to Super Sim. (3-3), 10-3. Louisiana Tech can't respond. 17-3, and that is going to be your ball game. It's another win for Missouri. No stress, no freaking out, no nail biting. Final score 31-3. Easy win for Missouri. There we go. And who will their opponent be? Will it be Ball State from the MAC or San Diego State from the Mountain West? Let's find out. There we go. Okay. I'll be right back. Okay. Ball State will get this thing started. Kiel Kelly had a good run in season-long imperialism. They got a win and then lost, I think, to Ohio State. It might have been Illinois. I'm not sure. They'll line up in the shotgun against a decent San Diego State squad that they'll try and beat. First run gets absolutely destroyed by Sam Benjamin, which will take us to Super Sim. San Diego State takes the lead. Ball State cannot answer, but they do answer now at 7-7. 10-7. Ball State trying to take the Aztecs down. San Diego State cannot answer. We go to the fourth quarter, 13-7. Going down to the wire here, 14-13. Ball State needs to go for one more thing. 17-13. San Diego State is able to go on the road and get the upset win over Ball State. There we go. So now we go to the number 21 seed, the Iowa Hawkeyes, taking on the number 108 seed, Delaware Blue Hens. There we go. All right, another Battle of the Birds here in game number 31 of this tournament. Iowa, of course, has a stout defense. They've got a bunch of talented players, good tight ends. And Delaware is, well, Delaware. They did win a bowl game in their first year of FBS football, but they have quite the tall task ahead of them if they want to try and beat the Iowa Hawkeyes. Return gets out to the 21-yard line, and that is where Mark Gronowski in the Iowa offense will get started. Gronowski hands it off. It's going to be a decent run up the middle by Kamari Moulton. Gavin Mole able to make the tackle for the Blue Hens. As we go to Super Sim. Iowa takes an early lead, 10-0. 17-0. Will this be a shutout? It's certainly possible. 27-0, 30-0. No score for Delta. They do get a last-second touchdown to make it 33-7, but Iowa gets the very, very easy win. There we go. Up next, we've got Arizona, the number 44 seed, taking on UL Monroe. from the 85 seed. Okay, there we go. Wow, 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 wow. All right, this marks the halfway point of the opening round. An hour and 40 minutes in. That's way faster than I thought we were going to be. Which is will probably be done with the first round in, we can call it around 2 hours from now. It's at a very nice pace for the rest of this. Kicker turns out to the 22-yard line. Here comes Noah Fafita for one of his last moments in one of these tournaments. Ismail Mahdi is also there as the running back, 5'9", 184. Fafita drops back, wants to go deep. He doesn't. He's going to have to scramble to the 25, the 30, to the 35, 40. It's a good run by Noah Fafita. Tossing the ball away up to the 42-yard line. A great opener for him as we go to Super Sim. Seven 3 Yule Monroe. Arizona answers to make it 10-7. 17-7. Can Yule Monroe answer again? No, they cannot. And that will probably be the ball game here. We go to the fourth quarter, 17-14. Hold on 1 second, 17-17. Arizona gets a last-second touchdown and one more field goal to finish it off, 27-17. The Wildcats move on to take on Iowa in the round of 64. There we go. And now, at long last, we have our number 2 seed, the Tennessee Volunteers, taking on the 127 seed Liberty Flames. Let's get it set up. We're going back to good old Rocky Top. Tennessee took down Georgia. They won 5 games. No, they won 6 games in the tournament. Fantastic run before losing to Illinois twice to end what was otherwise a great campaign. They were the Imperialism SEC champions. Now they should get an easy cupcake victory to start them on the path towards a possible national championship game in this tournament. Decent return to the 22-yard line. That was where Joey Aguilar, Chris Brazel, Star Thomas. I mean, I'm running a dynasty mode with Tennessee right now, and it's not going great, but I'm learning the players' names at least. Short throw is complete on the outside to Braylon Staley, and that is where we will go to Super Sim. $7-0, 10-0, 13-0, 13-3, Liberty keeping it close here. Final minutes, 20-10. Can they get one more touchdown? They cannot. 20-10 is your final. Tennessee moves on as the number 2 seed. Oh, wait. It's 20-10. There we go. Okay, up next is Colorado State versus Iowa State. Should be a fun one. Let's get it set up. Okay. All right. And we are ready for this matchup to kick off. It's Mountain West versus Big 12 action here. As Iowa State sends it into the air, and Colorado State will see what they can do. Good spin move, but the kick return does not get back to the 20-yard line. It stops at the 19. Okay, there we go. And a tackle for loss by Iowa State on the opening play, which will take us to Super Sim. Defensive slugfest so far. Iowa State takes a 3-0 lead. 7-3. 10-3 Colorado State looking for the upset. They might get it. They're probably going to get it. 17-3. Colorado State finishes it off. 20-3 is your final. Iowa State has yet to really make an impact in any of the tournaments we've done. They have been eliminated by the Rams. And they will move on to take on Tennessee in the next round. Up next is Rutgers versus UAB. Let's get it set up. All right, another easy game to establish. Going out to Piscataway, New Jersey for this one. As it'll be Rutgers versus UAB. Scarlet Knights got 2 victories in last year's season-long Imperialism run. We'll have to see if they can keep that hot streak going against the Blazers from Birmingham. There's a good tackle by Tyler McNichols to limit that opening pass to just a 3-yard gain as we go to Super Sim. Rutgers takes the early lead. UAB answers, though. They will have the lead going into halftime at 7-6. Blazers go up 14-6. Rutgers can't answer. 14-9 now. They need one more touchdown. They won't get it. 14-9. UAB gets a pretty huge upset here. Taking down a Big Ten opponent on the road to move on to the round of 64. Massive win for the Blazers out of Birmingham. I think it was 29. Let's just check the score again. 14-9. There we go. Oh, wait. Got the score wrong. There we go. UAB moves on as the number 98 seed. Now we get Tulane. We just heard their fight song. They will take on South Carolina, an SEC opponent. This is going to be a true test for one of the college football playoff teams from last year. There we go. All right, this should be a very entertaining back and forth affair between one of the best teams in the group of 5 and one of the worst teams in the SEC. But the Gamecocks do have Lenore Sellers, a fantastic quarterback, just oozing with talent. We'll see if that'll be enough to take down a college football playoff team on the road. Yeah, Tulane does have an 89 overall quarterback of their own to match up against Lenore Sellers. It's a decent opening play for Rasul Faison, picking up 8 yards as we go straight to Super Sim. Let's see what Tulane's made of, shall we? No scoring yet. South Carolina will open things 7-0. Tulane cannot answer. They finally get on the board, but that's going to be too little too late. South Carolina is going to win this one 14-3. An embarrassing showing for Tulane. They're already out of the tournament as the Gamecocks move on. 14-3 is your final. There we go. And up next, we've got the 15 seed Utah taking on the 114 seed Tulsa. Should be a very quick W for Utah, and they have quite a matchup coming up if they do win this game. We'll see if they can knock Tulsa out of this tournament quite quickly. Kick return only gets to the 17-yard line for Utah. So here's Devin Dampier. He's going to hand it off to number 1, who gets a huge amount of space up to the 30, down to the 32-yard line. A 15-yard gain for Wayshawn Parker on the opening play for Utah. Tulsa keeping it close. 6-3, 6-6. Going into the fourth quarter now. Anything can happen. It's 9-6. Utah can't answer. Watch out. Utah answers with a last-second touchdown, 13-9, to get the victory over Tulsa. It's a crazy ending. Tulsa almost pulled it off, but Utah gets the first touchdown of the game in the game's final minute to advance ahead to the round of 64. There we go. And now, the moment we've all been waiting for. It's Indiana looking to begin their run here in the marathon tournament as the 79 seed taking on the 50 seed Stanford Cardinal. Let's get it set up. They will start on the road against Stanford. They might not have a single home game in this entire tournament because their seed is that low. But their team is spectacular. This is the moment. About 2 hours into the tournament, we finally get Indiana. This game is for the chance to go forward and play Utah in the round of 64, which will be a very challenging game for the Hoosiers. But they have a little bit of an easier pathway to advance forward if they're able to beat Utah and, of course, beat Stanford here. Stanford getting hyped up here in this Northern California matchup. Indiana gets set, and they kick it off to the Cardinal. Return to the 5, the 10, the 15, and a pile driver tackle by Indiana. Gets things started. So here comes the Stanford offense. Riley Nowakowski, the tight end for Indiana, taking on Sam Roush, the tight end for Stanford. So they hand it off up the middle. He's going to juke past a couple players and then get taken down after a 5-yard pickup for Micah Ford, which takes us to Super Sim. Indiana didn't win a single game in Imperialism, but they went 16-0 in real life. How will this game go? They start with a touchdown. 7-7. They're keeping it close. Stanford goes up 14-7. Indiana ties at 14-14. They need to score again. They can't. Now they do. 21-14. Stanford trying to answer. They cannot do it. 28-14. Indiana pulling away. 35-14. 35-21. 42-21. That should be enough. 45-21 is your final. And Indiana has their win. They will move on to the round of 64. They have arrived. Fernando Mendoza with a big moment. Moving forward, so now we get number 18, Texas State, who had an incredible Cinderella run, making it to the top 7 in season-long imperialism. They will take on the 111 seed Boston College. Let's get set up. And on paper, this should be another chance for a Texas State upset. We'll see if they can pull it off. There we go. Okay. Lonergan will get Boston College going. They did not have a real good season in real life. It's a fake jet sweep. He's going to throw deep. It's almost intercepted by number 1. That could have been a pick 6 in the opening play. But instead, we'll just take it to Super Sim. What will Texas State do? They start with a touchdown. It's 7-3. Boston College. Looking to score here, 7-6, but it's 14-6. So Texas State answers again, 14-9. Boston College trying to take the lead. They can't do it. Texas State needs to expand this lead out. They can't quite do it. Boston College will have a chance at the very end, 17-9. And that is your ball game. Texas State gets the upset win. They knock off Boston College to move on to the round of 64. 17-9 is your final. There we go. So now we get the 47 seed Sam Houston State against the 82 seed Washington. Got to make it orange. There we go. All right, orange versus purple. This doesn't happen very much in college football. But it's yet another game here in the first round. We are 40 games into this opening round out of the 64 that we have to play. Oh, somebody had the last name Fish. That's fun. So Washington will kick it off. We'll see if they can maintain the proud tradition of the Big Ten by getting a road win over Sam Houston State and keeping Washington in the tournament for a longer period of time. There's a handoff on the inside for Sam Houston State. He breaks one tackle, but he's taken down for only a 1-yard gain by Cherie Alexander, which will take us to Super Sim. 7-0 Washington, 7-3, 14-3, 21-3, and Washington's going to make quick work of Sam Houston State here. 21-13. They're trying to keep it close. Can they get? They tie the game in the fourth quarter, 28-21. Sam Houston State looking for one more chance. They can't get it, and that'll do it. Washington is able to hold on, survive the rally, and move on to the round of 64 with a final score of 28-21. There we go. Washington moves forward. Now we get the number 7 seed, the Illinois Fighting Illini, taking on the 122nd seed Western Michigan Broncos. There they are. Should be an easy win for Illinois, but who knows? Maybe Western Michigan has it in for them today. Okay. Pretty nondescript opening play as we go to Super Sim. Western Michigan starts with a touchdown. Illinois answers with a field goal. Illinois trying to keep it close with a 1-point game. Western Michigan wants to score again, but they can't. It's 14-7. Western Michigan needs to try and do something to keep this close. They can't do it. It's 21-7, and that's going to be your ball game. Illinois gets the win, 21-7 with 21 unanswered points. There we go. Up next, it's Rice versus Louisville. Not much more to say. Okay. Ugh. 7 more games before I order lunch. And then we're going to take about a 20 to 25 minute break after round 1. Just to eat some food. Get some energy back. Reset. We'll be ready to attack these last 63 games. So here comes the opening kickoff for Rice. Five, 10, 15, 20. It's a good return to the 23-yard line for Louisville. And that is where they will get started. As Miller Moss gets his troops set for the opening drive. It's a good run on the first play of the 40, 45, 50. We've got a no big play. Touchdown for Louisville. He's going all the way to the end zone. Louisville strikes first and strikes quickly in this ball game. I didn't know if we were going to see any touchdowns live during this tournament. We get one there from Isaac Brown, who goes 78 yards to the house. Can we do Super 7 from that? We can. Rice does answer with a field goal. But Louisville pushes it back to a 7-point game, now to 10. Rice trying to get something else on the board. They can't do it. 20-3. 23-3. Your final score is Louisville 26, Rice 3. As we will send the Cardinals through to the round of 64. All right, up next we got Pitt versus Florida International. Let's do it. Okay. There we go. All right, that's a good takedown on the kick return. Florida International in their gorgeous Miami Vice uniforms. Taking on Pitt here. Oh, God. Okay. There's a decent opening run to the 30. Tries to spin off a tackler. He gets a first down to the 31-yard line. A great run by Keon Owens, taking us to Super Sim. 3-0 FIU. They're looking for the upset here, but Pitt takes the lead 7-3. Now they'll go up 14-3. FIU can do barely anything to answer. It's 14-6, 21-6, 21-13. They do get the ball back at the last second, but they cannot advance the ball. The final is 21-13. Pitt moves on to the second round to take on the winner of UNC and Baylor. Yeah, and let's get UNC versus Baylor set up right now, why don't we? go. This should be a Baylor win, but who knows whether home field advantage helps out UNC. Let's get their lighting set up. Here we go. Doing this sick is not the most fun thing in the world, I gotta say. Kickoff goes off and we are underway. Here comes the return for Baylor. He tries the spin. It fails. And that is where the Baylor offense will step out onto the field, looking to eliminate Bill Belichick's team from this marathon tournament. Not a great run, only picking up 2 yards there for Sawyer Robertson in the Baylor offense. As we go to Super Sim. Baylor takes the lead. They cannot double down. UNC trying to tie it up. They can't. We go to halftime. It's 10-0 Baylor. 17-0. Are we getting a shutout? I think we might. 23-0, 26-0. That's the end of your game. 26-zip. UNC didn't score a single point. That's pretty apt. And they will go home disappointed. There we go. Baylor moves on to take on Pittsburgh. And now we got a very fun game. It's James Madison, the number 10 seed in this tournament, taking on UCLA, the team that stole their head coach at the end of this season. Let's get it set up. This should be a very even game. We've got the James Madison lights to match. And it's a big-time celebration here in Virginia for the college football playoff bound James Madison Dukes. Sure, they lost to Oregon, but they gave them one hell of a fight. We'll see if they can come out on top against a decently strong Big Ten foe here in the UCLA Bruins. There goes the kick, and we are underway here. There's a nice takedown on George Pettaway on the kick return. And that is where Alonze Barnett III and the James Madison offense will take the field. Barnett hands it off to Pettaway, who has some blocking, but can't really get too far. That'll be a 3-yard gain as we go to Super Sim in one of the highest stakes games of the first round. James Madison starts with a field goal. But UCLA takes the lead with a touchdown and then goes up 10-3. James Madison in trouble. They answer with a field goal, 10-6. They can't get another one. They do score a touchdown, 13-10. We go to the fourth quarter. UCLA trying to win this one, 17-13. 24-13. James Madison can't answer. The Dukes are gone. They're out. UCLA gets the huge upset win to knock out James Madison. Nico Iamaleava helps the Bruins move on to the second round. James Madison is out. They played 11 games in Imperialism. They won 9 of them, but could not get past the Bruins from the West Coast. Oof. Major oof there. So UCLA advances, and now we get Utah State against the Maryland Terrapins. Here we go. 2.5 hours in this video, we finally get Maryland for probably their one and only game of the tournament. Oh, wait, no. It's Utah State at home. There we go. Very evenly matched contest. We got to go in and change the depth chart for Maryland. So that Malik Washington is starting at quarterback. It's a good kick return out to the 26-yard line, one of the best we've seen from Josiah McLaurin. Yeah, they got Justin Martin starting quarterback. That's not our guy. That's not our guy. Oopsie. All right, we're just going to run one play here. There we go. And we'll take this one to Super Sim. Maryland versus Utah State. Who will get the win? 7-0 Maryland. 7-7. Utah State ties it up. 14-7. Maryland retakes the lead, but it's 14-14. They're just going back and forth. 21-14. Maryland takes the lead. 21-21. Utah State ties it up. It's going to come down to the end. 24-21. Maryland does tie it up. We go to overtime. 27-24. That's the game. But Maryland gets a game-winning touchdown right at the buzzer to get a road win, 30-27 in overtime, to get the upset victory and move on to face UCLA in the round of 64. Huge moment for Malik Washington and the Maryland Terrapins. Up next over in the bracket, you've got Texas A&M taking on Syracuse. Here we go. Syracuse against Texas A&M here. Another proud SEC school going up against one of the also-rans of the ACC. It's a great kick return to the 29. It's the best kick return we've seen so far in this tournament. As Mike Elko's getting things up on the sideline from Marcel Reed, Amari Nieblack, and this Texas A&M offense getting to work. Reed lines him up, hands off to Le'Veon Moss, who tries to cut inside, and he is only able to pick up. No, he loses 3. Syracuse with a great stop. Kevin Jabadi Jr. is able to make the play there. Syracuse opens with a touchdown. Texas A&M responds with a field goal. Syracuse trying to run out the clock here. They're doing an excellent job of it. 10-3. Texas A&M still can't do anything. Their offense looks terrible. 13-3, 13-10. 13-13. We're tied. We're going to overtime. 16-13. And Texas A&M gets the last-second victory with a go-ahead touchdown to win it 19-16. They just barely survive to move forward to the round of 64. Go. All right, West Virginia versus Arkansas. Then I'm going to order the pizza. All right, should be another evenly matched game, although Arkansas might hold a slight edge due to their SEC status. Here we go. All right, we're underway. Out here in Morgantown, I think it's where the stadium is. I haven't updated the lighting in a while. Let's go ahead and do that for West Virginia. 2 mid-tight ends going at it in this battle. Taylor Green throws long. It's going to be caught to the 40, down to the 47-yard line. A fantastic opening play for Arkansas's offense. Getting a big-time first down on the road against West Virginia. We'll see if the Razorbacks can keep the momentum going for the rest of the game. They cannot. Scoreless first quarter. West Virginia goes up 7-0. Arkansas cannot respond. It's 10-0. They do tie it late, but Arkansas gets a last-second touchdown to win it. Or West Virginia gets a last-second touchdown to win this one 17-10. And they will move on to take on Texas A&M. All right, we have one more group of 16 teams here. But first, we're going to get some pizza. order has been placed. Ugh. God, I'm tired. Okay. Up next, 2 hours and 35 minutes into this thing. We're at 1:33. We got Notre Dame, the number 3 seed in this tournament, taking on Hawaii. Here we go. All right, should be a very easy win for the Fighting Irish. They won't have much to worry about against this Hawaii team. There's touchdown Jesus as we get things started out in South Bend. Just 16 games left in the opening round before we return to Ohio State once again for the beginning of the round of 64. It's a weird kick return getting out to the 19-yard line. He almost got the edge, but he just couldn't run fast enough. That is where C.J. Carr and the Notre Dame Fighting Irish will get started. The last action we'll see of Jeremiah Love in these college football video games. He is heading out to the NFL. Carr pointing out some blockers, but it didn't do much. Jeremiah Love is stopped for only a 2-yard gain as we go to Super Sim. Notre Dame starts with a quick touchdown. They get a field goal to make it 10-0. Now there's waiting and waiting and waiting. Hawaii can't answer. Can't do anything on offense. 10-6. Hold on 1 second. 13-6. Can Hawaii get a last-second miracle? No. Final score is 13-6. Notre Dame moves on to the round of 64. Not very convincing, though. Up next, you've got Eastern Michigan versus Northwestern. Let's get it set up. Okay, green versus purple doesn't happen very often. We'll get the colors right. Eastern Michigan steps out onto their gray turf. Getting ready to do battle against the Northwestern Wildcats from the Big Ten. Could be another upset opportunity for the Eagles, who were able to get a Big Ten win against Wisconsin, I think, during Imperialism. All right, so here comes the Northwestern offense here on their opening drive. We'll see if they can get anything going in this first play before we jump over to Super Sim. Quarterback takes a snap, going to throw long, caught by number 88. He almost split the defense, but he gets out to the 45-yard line. A 21-yard gain thrown by Preston Stone as we go to Super Sim. Eastern Michigan takes a 7-3 lead. They want another upset win. They're clawing for it. They might get it, but Northwestern takes a 12-7 lead with a touchdown. There's 19-7, 22-7, and that is going to do it. Northwestern gets the victory on the road over Eastern Michigan to move on to face Notre Dame. 22-3 is your final. I remember 22-6. Hold on. 22-7. That's what it was. There we go. Northwestern moves on. Now we get another classic matchup. It's Alabama versus Vanderbilt once again. This should be a doozy. It's another college football playoff team. They're ranked number 30 in the Imperialism tournament. They certainly have a very talented roster full of NFL caliber players. Here we go. As we walk into Bryant-Denny Stadium, could we see Vanderbilt beat Alabama for the second time in one of these tournaments? Let's find out. It's a good spin on the opening kickoff, but he can't get much further than that. That is where Ty Simpson will enter the field in his last action in college ball 26 before heading off to the NFL. We've also got Diego Pavia's last action of the tournament here. It's a decent opening run for Alabama, getting 7 yards for Jam Miller. And that'll take us to Super Sim. No score yet. Vanderbilt starts the scoring with a touchdown. Can Alabama answer? The answer is no. Vanderbilt's still up. Fourth quarter, 10-0. Alabama's got to go quickly. It's 10-3. It's going to be close. They march to the end. They can't do it. And Vanderbilt gets the upset, taking down Alabama 10-3. The Tide are gone. Vanderbilt remains. They will go to the round of 64, and they've got a decent pathway to make a huge run here. Alabama is one of their biggest opponents, but the Tide are gone. 10-3 is the final. There we go. They go in as the 99 seed. And now we get Michigan State versus Auburn. All right, here we go. The Spartans looking for a major victory to move forward and take on Vanderbilt in the round of 64. But first, they got to get by another SEC school in the Auburn Tigers. Let's get it going. Hold on, it's the wrong color. There we go. Go white, go green. Here we go. Childs fakes the handoff, throws short back to the running back number 4, who gets an excellent spin move, breaks multiple tackles, and picks up 8 yards. Great play by the Michigan State running back. All right, apologies for the delay. We're going to keep this going now. Should be a pretty quick Michigan State victory after they've taken control against Auburn. I was on a quick call with my parents there, just about some stuff that came up. But Auburn has taken a 21-10 lead. They are obliterating Michigan State now, 28-10, 28-17. Michigan State trying to rally. It won't get there. Auburn will move forward to take on Vanderbilt in the next round. And let me just pull this up so I can stay up to date on what's happening with the Papa John's order. Okay. So Michigan State is out. Auburn moves on. And now we go to Oklahoma, who was one of the front runners of this tournament for a long time before getting double beat by Arizona State. They will now take on UMass as the 14 seed of this tournament. Just get the lighting right for that. Do we have one for Oklahoma? I don't think we do. So we'll just go with this one. There they are. I don't necessarily think that Oklahoma's offensive rating should be better than their defensive rating. Their offense was terrible at the end of last year. But regardless, they should be able to crush UMass in this round of 128 game for them. So UMass will start on the field. The best teams don't coast. They close. We're not one of the best teams, but we'll try and close out our tournament quickly by losing to Oklahoma. So here's the opening play for UMass. And it's a tackle for loss. Number 44 just obliterates it. Taylor Ween with a big-time tackle as we go to Super Sim. Whole lot of punts, but Oklahoma eventually takes the lead 14-0, 21-0 with a couple turnovers. UMass can't get anything going against this Oklahoma defense, 24-0. Probably going to get to 31-0 in a second. Nope, it'll finish 24-zip. Oklahoma gets the easy win to take out UMass. Here we go. Oklahoma moves on. And now we've got South Alabama versus Virginia. Let's get it set up. Okay, Virginia gets the road victory against South Alabama. Sorry, there's a bunch of other things happening in my life right now that I'm kind of discussing with people. 31-13, they get the win. So let's update that on the bracket. I mean, it makes sense. It's the ACC runner-up against a bad team. Virginia moves on to take on Oklahoma, and now we get Clemson versus New Mexico. Let's get that set up. Clemson. And New Mexico. Should be an easy win for the Tigers, but Clemson's struggled with worse teams before, so maybe New Mexico surprises them. Let's just get the lighting right here. There we go. There's at 2:03. We'll try and finish out these last couple games before the pizza gets here. That'd be nice to end round one right when the food arrives. As Clemson approaches Death Valley. Getting ready to go. Dabo Sweeney hyping up absolutely no one on the sideline for some reason. New Mexico will kick things off, and we are underway in South Carolina. Let's see if Clemson can begin a very interesting campaign here. They're the number 19 seed after winning, I think, 2 games, and then just chilling for a while before losing to Tennessee. They would have to face the winners of Michigan and Duke in the next round. So these 2 games are very important for the future of this tournament. Not a lot of high-profile teams left. You still have... No, BYU is the highest-profile team remaining in this tournament so far. Clemson will hope to get past them. Number 11 breaks outside to the 34-yard line, getting a Clemson first down as we go to Super Sim. They do get a touchdown there, 7-0. New Mexico cannot respond. 10-0 Clemson, 10-3. New Mexico try to keep it close. 17-10. They won't go away. 24-10, but New Mexico can't answer. Now it's 34-10. They're just piling on. 34-16, and that's your final score. Clemson rolls over New Mexico 34-16 to move on to the round of 64. Okay, so now we get a big-time matchup. It's Michigan against the ACC champion Duke Blue Devils. Let's get the lighting right. There we go. Michigan always a very tough out in these imperialism-style tournaments. And we'll see if they can get another win here. As we go to the big house. There are not going to be a lot of Group of 5 teams left in this second round. Texas State, UAB, Colorado State, San Diego State, Missouri State, Ohio, Buffalo, North Texas, Oregon State, Kent State, UNLV, Central Michigan, and Toledo. Not too many. Most of them are Power 4 teams. As we get started here with Michigan and Duke. 3 hours into this stream, we finally get Michigan. Duke will take a knee on the opening kick. Here's Darian Mensah on the opening play. Faking the handoff, throwing outside. It's going to be caught for a short gain. Jair Hill on tackle, and we go to Super Sim. Three 0 Michigan. 7-3. Duke has taken an early lead, 10-3. Michigan ties it back up, 10-10. 13-10. Duke retakes the lead. 17-13. It's going back and forth. 24-13. Michigan trying to go away with it. Duke needs a response here to make it a one-possession game with 3:22 to go. 24-19. They're running out of time. They're going to try and march, and Michigan gets a last-second escape, winning 24-19 over Duke to secure their spot against Clemson in the round of 64. Okay. So now you get the last single-digit seed of the first round as BYU will take on the 123rd seed, Marshall. Let's get the lighting right. Here we go. The gorgeous mountains of Utah. The backdrop for this game is BYU will look to make quick work of Marshall to move on to the round of 64 against another Group of 5 opponent. They've got a pretty easy opening pathway here because their first 3 opponents are guaranteed to be from the Group of 5. Take it to the outside here, but he's taken down at the 16-yard line. All they have to do is avoid these trap upsets, and they'll be in the Sweet 16 almost guaranteed. Bear Bachmeier will look to throw to Carson Ryan a whole bunch in this game. They have a wide receiver who was just accused of felony rape, I think. Not a good look for BYU. It's going to be a fake handoff. Bachmeier looking to go long. He's going to float it over the top of the defense. That is a crazy catch. New Mexico State versus San Jose State. This is game number, what game is this? Number 58. Only have 7 games left in the round of 64. Then I can go eat my food. I'm going to set up like a 25-minute timer that'll show on this screen so that you can see when I'll come back. There we go. Okay. So San Jose State will start with the ball here. Quarterback hands it off to number 3. He's going to cut back inside and get taken down after only a 4-yard pickup. Sone Alpio is there for the stop for New Mexico State as we go to Super Sim. 7-0 San Jose State, but New Mexico State ties it up. They're marching in 10-7. Can San Jose State respond? Doesn't look like they can. It's 16-7. This game looks like it's just about over. New Mexico State is going to finish this one off with a final score just like Super Bowl III of 16-7. They get the home victory and they'll move on to face BYU. So now we get a very fun game. It's Miami of Ohio, who was a very fun Cinderella from Imperialism, taking on Jacksonville State in an all-red battle. Let's get it set up. There we go. All right, we are underway here in Ohio. Opening kick return gets out to the 18-yard line. There's a little play to number 6, and that'll take us directly to Super Sim. Let's root for Miami of Ohio here. I would love to see them advance further in this tournament. After the injustice of how they lost to Tennessee, Jacksonville State takes a 3-0 lead. 6-0, Miami, Ohio in trouble. They still can't do anything. 9-0. They're going to get shut out. It's 16-0, 19-0, 19-3. That's just too little too late. 22-3. Miami of Ohio's journey is over. 22-10 is your final score. Jacksonville State will advance as the 102 seed. Crazy upset. So they move forward. Now we get Louisiana versus Bowling Green. Let's get it set up. All the best underdogs are getting eliminated. All right, it's another group of 5 exclusive battle. We're approaching the end of the first round here. As these last couple teams will secure spots in the round of 64. There's the takedown. Drew Pine, the quarterback of Bowling Green. I can't tell you the name of the guy for Louisiana. Just don't know it off the top of my head. Here comes their opening play. Just 5 games to go in this first round. Number 7 gets a decent carry. He breaks off a couple tackles and picks up 7 yards. It's Bill Davis on the run for the Ragin' Cajuns as we go to Super Sim. Bowling Green takes the early lead. Looking for another road upset here. They might get it because Louisiana can't do anything. Now they tie the game 7-7. Bowling Green can't respond. They do get a field goal late, 10-9 after a safety, 17-9. Louisiana trying to get a last-second drive going to tie the game. They can't do it. Bowling Green's going to run out the clock and win this game 17-9 to eliminate one of the best teams from the Sun Belt. Bowling Green moves on. And because of how many group of 5 teams are in this section, they've got a shot to get to the round of 32. But now we're going Arizona State, the number 11 seed in this tournament, taking on the 118 seed TCU. Let's get the lighting right. There we go. They had one of the biggest territories in the country for a while, but then lost twice to Texas State to end their tournament early. But now they've got a Big 12 battle against TCU. All right, Arizona State getting hyped up and ready to go. This should be a tight game. Oh, Rutgers. Of course Rutgers won. That's annoying. Decent return for TCU out to the 22-yard line. Jordan Tyson, one of the best players in college football, still employed by Arizona State for this one last game. There's the fake Josh Hoover, the next starting quarterback for Indiana, getting hit there as we go to Super Sim. Nothing separating these teams so far. Scoreless first half. TCU takes a 3-0 lead, goes up 10-0. Arizona State in deep, deep trouble. We've got ourselves another upset and another shutout. 13-0 is your final. TCU with a big-time upset. That is shocking. Arizona State is out in a home shutout. TCU moves on to face the winner of Charlotte and UConn. Let's get that game set up. There's Charlotte on one side. UConn on the other. UConn looking pretty decent except for their defense. So they could get another road win here. All right, here come the Charlotte 49ers. Looking for a big-time victory against the UConn Huskies to move on to the round of 64. That's a good kick return past the 25 up to the 26-yard line for Charlotte. They'll have good starting field position here against a very suspect UConn defense. There's a snap. The handoff is going to go outside. He cannot get outside. It's a loss of 4, which will take us directly to Super Sim. UConn up 10-0. Charlotte answers to go 10-7. UConn can't do anything. Charlotte trying to come back and take the lead. They can't do it. We go to the fourth quarter. It's 13-7. UConn trying to make it a multiple possession game. They can't quite get there. Now they do 16-7. That's going to be your ball game. Final score is 16-7. UConn gets another road victory. The 75 seed moves on. That's 4 consecutive seeding upsets here. UConn gets the dub 16-7. All right, just 2 games left here. First up is LSU against Coastal Carolina. Let's get it set up. There we go. All right. The second to last game. LSU loves to enter in these things late. They were the last team to play in Season-Long Imperialism last year. They won 2 straight games before losing to Alabama. They had a big territory for a while. It was a good run. Now they've got Lane Kiffin and plenty of reason to be excited about next year. But this is the last game, the last tournament they'll play with this roster before it gets completely revamped next year by Lane Kiffin's arrival. We're going to shift the lighting and get this thing started. LSU versus Coastal Carolina. Whoever wins this will face the winners of Florida and Purdue at the very end of the round of 64. Tigers will start, but they get taken down right there. As Garrett Nussmeier will send out this highly touted LSU offense. Nussmeier lines up, throws short, going to be caught. Beautiful juke, moves it to go back inside. It's going to be a 9-yard gain on first down for LSU. Setting up 2nd and 1 as we go to Super Sim. LSU with a long opening drive to go up 10-0. Coastal Carolina can't respond. Another long drive for LSU makes it 17-0. And this game is essentially over. Coastal Carolina picks up a field goal, but now it's 24-3. 24-10, they get a late touchdown, but that'll end at 27-10. LSU with an easy victory over Coastal Carolina. There we go. Time for the last game of the round of 64. It's Florida versus Purdue. Here we go. There's the lighting. Okay. Doing the gator chop as the players rub the gator statue outside the stadium as they roll into the swamp. All right, DJ Lagway on the opening play here for Florida. Takes the snap, hands it off to the running back. He doesn't get much, and that'll take us to Super Sim. Purdue opens with a touchdown. Florida suddenly in trouble. They tie at 7-7. They got to keep going. 10-7. 14-10 Purdue. Looking to knock out Florida on the road. It's 24-14, 31-14, and now the game's over. 38-14. Purdue completely collapsed. 45-14 is your final. And Florida secures the last spot in the round of 64. And there we go. We will officially move on to round 2 in about 25 minutes. I got to go eat. Crown a marathon national champion. And honestly, after eating that food, I am feeling much more energized. I'm ready to go. And we're going to finish this today. Like, come hell or come high water, we are finishing this stream today. And hopefully the, like, OBS doesn't crap out. Let's get this thing going. First game of the round 64 is Ohio State versus Toledo. Let's do it. This is a rematch of the very first game in season-long imperialism history. Should be a fun one. As soon as I get the lighting right. There we go. And we're going to keep that as a 3:30 kickoff now that we're in the second round. And here we go. Winner advances to the round of 32, where things really start getting serious. We are 4 hours into this stream. I thought the first round was going to take 5 hours. We were done in about 3 hours and 40 minutes. We're very much ahead of schedule, and I think we'll be done with this round in about 3 hours, maybe? Oh, wait, no. 32 games. We'll be done with this in like an hour and a half. So strap in. Here we go. Jeremiah Smith getting more action. He's a 98 overall, one of the best players in college football, and he's coming back for another year. Be afraid. We'll see if Toledo can contain Ohio State this time or if they will be eliminated by the Buckeyes once again. It's a good run outside for Bo Jackson to the 15 to the that's Peoples. James Peoples down to the 40-yard line. It's a 25-yard gain in his opening play, and that will take us to Super Sim as soon as we see this replay. There we go. And Ohio State is just going to start. Nope, Toledo tied it. Ohio State goes up 14-7 and then 21-7 after a turnover, and now 28-7. Yeah, they're just wiping the floor with the Rockets. That will go to 31-14. Toledo can't score again, and that'll do it. The Buckeyes ring the victory bell and move forward to the round of 32. They're looking for back-to-back championship wins. They won season-long imperialism. Now they're trying to win the marathon afterwards. They do the OHIO signal. And it's a 31-14 victory for Ohio State moving into the round of 32. Now we've got a Big 12 battle to find out who will face them. It's Colorado versus Kansas. Let's get that lighting set up for Colorado. There we go. Let's get it set up. Colorado against Kansas. This should be a fun, evenly matched game. There we go. All right. Jumping right in, a battle in the Big 12 to decide who will move on and face Ohio State in the first match of the round of 32. About 90 minutes from now. Colorado beat Appalachian State in order to get here. Kansas took down UTSA to make it this far. Okay. Kansas will get things started. Looking to unseat Colorado in their home stadium. Daniels drops back, avoids the pressure, throws for about 8 yards on first down. Martavius French with the tackle. And that'll take us to Super Sim. Let's see who comes out on top in this tightly contested ball game. Colorado goes up 7-0. Kansas answers. They go up 14-7. Colorado answers. We go to the second half still tied at 14. Kansas gets a touchdown. Colorado cannot answer. Now they're trying to drive late. They won't get there. 28-14 is your final. Kansas gets the upset win and moves on to the round of 32 by a final score of 28-14. There they go. Now we've got Central Michigan, who beat Florida State in the first round to get this far. They're taking on UNLV in the third game. Let's get it set up. Okay, here we go. It's Mountain West versus the MAC once again. UNLV beat Northern Illinois to get this far. Central Michigan had a massive upset, probably the biggest upset of the first round against Florida State. So these are two potential Cinderella candidates duking it out for a spot in the round of 32. There goes the kick. And we are underway. He's going to take it out from in the end zone. Not the best decision because he's dropped to the 16-yard line, and that is where Alex Orji will get things started in potentially his last game. No, it's going to be Anthony Calandria instead at quarterback for the Rebels, as he'll line everybody up in the shotgun. The former Virginia quarterback takes a snap, throws RPO to number 6 on the outside, and he is dropped for a 7-yard gain. And that will take us to Super Sim. It's 7-0 UNLV. Central Michigan trying to answer. They can't do it. 14-0. This is going to be another blowout. 21-zip, 28-zip. Central Michigan is out. They get their one upset. They beat Florida State, but that's all they're going to do in this tournament because this is going to be an embarrassing loss. 45-7 is your final. UNLV moves on. There we go. So now we get the 17 seed Georgia Tech against the 48 seed Kent State. Here we go. We'll just keep this same lady for Georgia Tech. Here we go. All right. Time for another battle here in the round of 64. Georgia Tech was able to get past Washington State in the first round. Kent State was able to beat Akron, just like they did in Season-Long Imperialism, to make it here to the round of 64. And now the winner will take on UNLV in the round of 32. Georgia Tech with a chance to go through 3 different Group of 5 opponents to make the Sweet 16 against Ohio State. That would be the ideal scenario for them. As he gets taken down at the 21-yard line, that is where Georgia Tech will begin on offense. Haynes King stepping out in his last tournament in college football, I think. Yeah, he's a senior. He's going to be gone after this year. King throws short. It's going to be a pile drive tackle to force the ball out. Incomplete, and we will take that to Super Sim. It's 3-3. Kent State keeping it close. 10-3 Georgia Tech. Kent State gets a field goal.
Can they get another one? No. But they get a touchdown to go up 13-10. Georgia Tech responds to make it 17-13. Kent State going back the other way. Georgia Tech putting it away 24-13 late, and that is your final score. The Yellow Jackets move on to the round of 32. 24-13 is your final. There we go. And now we've got Oregon versus Minnesota here. Let's get it set up. It's an all Big Ten battle out west. We go to Autzen Stadium once again. Let's get it going. All right, we are underway. Minnesota kicks it off to Oregon. Let's see if they can get a big return out of this. To the 5, to the 10, to the 15. It's a bad return down to the 14-yard line. So Minnesota does a good job with their first tackle, but we'll see if they can maintain it against Dante Moore, DeCorian Moore, Kenyon Sadiq, and this incredibly talented Oregon offense. Moore throws short, going to be caught for about 5 yards, and that'll take us to Super Sim. Let's see if Oregon can make quick work of the Big Ten also-ran Minnesota Golden Gophers. Finally, Oregon scores. They get 14-0. And that'll basically wrap this one up. Oregon's going to make quick work of Minnesota as expected. Go to the fourth quarter, still no score, 24-0. And there it is. Oregon moves on to the round of 32, just like everybody knew that they would. Now we've got a doozy. It's the 25 seed Wisconsin against the 40 seed Texas. Here we go. Strap in. And because of the seeding, Wisconsin will get the home game here against the Texas Longhorns. It's a pretty good home field advantage. Here we go. I'm sure Oregon would absolutely love it if Wisconsin was able to pull off the upset here, but I don't like their odds too much against Texas. Here comes the opening kick return to the 22-yard line. And that is where Arch Manning and Texas will get their start. And we got to change the lighting. There we go. Make it nice and red. Manning in the shotgun. Hands it off. It's going to be a nice run at number 5. Beautiful play by Quintrevion Wisner for an 11-yard gain, and that'll take us to Super Sim. They're going back and forth. Nobody can score yet. Wisconsin opens with a touchdown. Texas responds. We're tied at 7. Wisconsin driving again. They can't get anything. Texas gets a field goal. Texas gets a touchdown. Wisconsin gets a touchdown. 2 minutes to go. It's going to be right down to the wire, but Texas gets the win on the road. 17-10 is the final. So they will go on to face Oregon in a high-profile round of 32 matchup. Up next is Georgia versus SMU. Let's get that one going. Here we go. There's SMU. And we will return to Sanford Stadium down in Athens for the next round of 64 matchup. It's the 9-seeded Georgia Bulldogs who shut out Army to get here versus the SMU Mustangs who beat Navy 30-3. Two very strong teams duking it out down south. Kirby Smart getting everybody hyped up on the Georgia sideline. Gunnar Stockton ready to go out there, and here comes the kickoff. Turn to the 5-10, taken down right there at the 14-yard line. Not a good return for SMU. They're going to be backed up to start. Oscar Delpa, fantastic tight end, but RJ Maryland, very good in his own right. I got to unzip this because Maryland is still in the tournament. For however much longer, no idea. We'll see. Jennings hands it off. It's going to be a good run on first down to the 25 to the 30. Almost broke it long. It's an 18-yard gain for TJ Harden to start this game out. That'll take us to Super Sim. Can SMU pull the upset? They're going to start with no points. Georgia also starts with no points, but they get a touchdown on the next drive. Georgia responds at 7-7. SMU goes up 10-7. Georgia gets a touchdown to go up 14-10. Georgia tried to extend the lead. They do not. We're going back and forth 17-10 now. SMU needs a touchdown to tie the game. They won't get it. 20-10. That's going to basically end it. 20-17 right at the buzzer. They can't get it. Georgia wins 20-17 and moves on to the round of 32. That was a close one. So now we have the 105 seed NC State who beat Boise State to get here. And then you have Oregon State as the number 41 seed who will get another home game. Let's get that set up. There we go. Oregon State versus NC State. Really looks like that mascot has no eyes. But I got to pull up some better lighting for this. Hold on. There it is. There we go. And here come the Beavers. They've already beaten one SEC team. Now they got a chance to take down an ACC team. Just limiting all the Power 4 conference teams that they can before a potential battle with Georgia in the round of 32. They will start with the ball. It's not a good opening run for Oregon State. That will take us directly to Super Sim. Let's see if the Beavers can survive or if NC State will be the first triple-digit team to make the round of 32. 7-0 NC State. It's currently certainly looking like that'll be the case. 7-3, 14-3. That's your ball game. 14-10. Oregon State try to keep it close. 17-10. Can Oregon State tie the game? Yes, they can. 17-17. Are we going to overtime or will somebody score? NC State gets the last-second field goal and wins the game 20-17 to knock out Oregon State and be the first triple-digit team to make it to the round of 32. There we go. All right, now it's going to be the 4-seed Miami Hurricanes going up against the 61-seed North Texas Eagles. Let's get the lighting right. There we go. All right. Miami versus North Texas. Let's see who comes out on top. Damn it. There we go. Mark Fletcher Jr. just an excellent running back. But they're going to have their hands full with a very talented North Texas team. They fake it to Fletcher. Back throw short, going to be caught by Malachi Tony on the outside. He's able to get the first down for Miami, which will take us to Super Sim. Can North Texas hold their own on the road against a very physical Hurricanes team? The answer is yes. They keep it scoreless in the first quarter, but then Miami goes up 7-0. North Texas responds with a field goal and a touchdown. Miami ties it with a field goal. This one's staying close, 13-10. 17-13, North Texas driving, trying to get something done late. Can they move? No, 24-13. That's your final. Miami gets the win and moves on to the round of 32 by a final score of 24-13. There we go. And now we've got the 29 versus 36 seeds, USC versus Buffalo. High-profile game between a big Cinderella from Imperialism and the USC Trojans. All right, USC versus Buffalo. We're going to fly out to Los Angeles in the Memorial Coliseum to see how this one goes. Buffalo gets past the 20 on the kick return, which is a good... Or USC does, never mind. L.J. Henderson, one of the biggest stars in the field for Buffalo. Mekhi Lemon and Jaden Mayava, both stars for USC. They're always going to have talent at the skill positions. Mayava sends a man in motion. He takes the snap. Waits. Throws short. Going to be caught. And that is a USC first down. Or no, it's not. It's a 4-yard gain. I don't know what I'm talking about. We're going to keep this one going. USC opens with 2 touchdowns. Buffalo responds with one of their own. They try to go again, but they can't. 20-7. 20-14. They're keeping it close. 23-14. Can Buffalo pull off a miracle? No. That's going to do it. Your final score is going to be 31-14. USC gets it done and moves on to the round of 32, ending another Cinderella's run. It's just so hard to create a Cinderella run when all the teams are playing the same amount of games, you know? USC goes on to face Miami, and now we're going to get Ole Miss versus Mississippi State. We got the Egg Bowl in the round of 64. Let's do it. Here we go. It's the Egg Bowl to decide who goes on to the round of 32 to face the winner of Ohio and UCF. We're not going to get a lot of all SEC showdowns, but this is certainly that. It's a big-time rivalry. Here we go. Pete Golding getting his team hyped up on the sideline as Mississippi State sends the kickoff into the air. We are underway at Oxford, Mississippi. Return only gets to the 18. And that is where Trinidad Chambliss will get started in what could be his last college football appearance in this video game. Chambliss hands it off. Lacey with a huge hole 40, 45, 50, and we've got a first play touchdown for Ole Miss going all the way. Kawan Lacey gets the Egg Bowl started with some excitement. Flying down for a 82-yard touchdown run to get this game started. Just right through the gap. Nobody covering the middle. He was just able to run straight down. Got the speed. And nobody could catch him. And that'll take us to Super Sim. Mississippi State strikes back with a touchdown of their own. It's 10-7 now. 17-7. I'm so congested. It's insane. 24-7. Ole Miss is just going to finish this one up quickly. 24-14. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Egg Bowl's getting crazy at the end here, and Ole Miss is able to hold on 24-21. That is your final. Here we go. I'll be right back. I can talk again. That's all going to be for the next 4 minutes before I have to pull my nose again. I hate colds so much. Anyway, here we go. Ohio versus UCF. Let's get set up. It's going to be a relatively close game between these two. I wouldn't count out Ohio just yet. They could be the second triple-digit team to make it all the way to the round of 32. But UCF has the advantage of the bounce house. They certainly have a great home field setup here. Where's my phone? There it is. And we're underway here in Central Florida, close to Orlando. There's the takedown of the opening kickoff at the 23-yard line, and that is where UCF will set up shop against one of the better teams in the MAC. Going to be a 1st and 10 run, and that won't go very far. Only a yard for UCF as we take this one to Super Sim. Whole lot of defense, no scoring in the first quarter. Ohio opens with a touchdown. Can they pull off the upset on the road? It's 10-0. UCF still hasn't done anything on offense. 2 minutes to go in the third. Still nothing. Ohio can put this away. It's 10-7. They're trying to get a last-second comeback. Can they do it? Yes, they can. Ohio does not get a last-minute touchdown. It's a crazy comeback by the Knights to survive and go on to the round of 32 by a score of 14-10. And there we go. UCF advances. They will take on Ole Miss next round. All right. These are our next 8 matchups. Up first is the 5 seed, the Penn State Nittany Lions, taking on Missouri State at home. Let's get the lighting right. There we go. Okay. All right, Penn State getting hyped up out here. Got a game against one of the worst teams in Conference USA, the Missouri State Bears. Let's see how much trouble Penn State has knocking him out. 5, 10, 15, a little spin, and he's taken down to the 18-yard line. And that is where Ethan Grunkmeyer and his talented running back tandem of Nick Singleton and Katron Allen will get started for the Penn State Nittany Lions with their 94 overall defense. Nobody's scoring on them. I mean, they did give up 17 points to Florida Atlantic, but that can't happen twice in a row, right? An absolute failure of an opening play. They lose 1 yard, and that'll take us right to Super Sim. Three. Missouri State is up 10-3. Oh my God. Penn State can't respond. They finally tie it up 13-10. 20-10, and Penn State's just going to run away with this 27-10. That's your final. No more scoring. Penn State moves on to the round of 32 as everybody expected. It was a little more difficult than they liked, but they did pull it off. 27-10 is the final. All right, up next is the 101st seed Texas Tech Red Raiders going up against Wake Forest, the 37 seed. Here we go. Okay. We return once again to the great state of North Carolina and their super cluster of 6 college football teams. This time they're facing somebody in the 101st seed that should not be considered an underdog, because this is the number 4 team in the country who made the college football playoff, and then who cares if they did terribly against Oregon? They still made the 4 seed and won the Big 12. So it's a great season for the Red Raiders. Now they got to blast through Wake Forest if they want to keep going and potentially shape their spot in very late rounds of this tournament. Devon Claiborne, a very good running back. Quarterback looks, throws, caught. It's going to be a first down for Wake Forest. Peyton Morgan with the tackle, but the Demon Deacons keep on going. We will take that to Super Sim. Texas Tech takes the lead. Wake Forest answers. Texas Tech takes the lead again. Wake Forest answers to make it 14-10. Texas Tech needs one more score to put it away. They can't quite get it. Wake Forest is trying to drive late, 21-10. That's going to be your final. Texas Tech moves on to take on Penn State in the next round. That's going to be one hell of a battle. I forgot to enter the colors. At this point, I don't care. There we go. Texas Tech moves into the round of 32. Up next, you got Missouri versus San Diego State. Let's get that set up. Oopsie. There we go. Okay. It's seed 12 versus seed 76. Here we go. Tigers are getting hyped up on the sideline. They've got a pretty good pathway to the round of 32 in front of them. All they got to do is win this game at home against a group of 5 opponent. Buell lines up in the shotgun. He takes the snap, going to hand it off. No, he fakes it to Hardy. Throws short. Caught by Brett Norfleet up to the 27-yard line. That'll be an 8-yard gain as we go to Super Sim. Missouri starts with a touchdown and a field goal. And another touchdown makes it 17-3. San Diego State cannot answer. It's 24-3, 27-3, 34, nope, 30-3, 37-3. Crazy blowout win for Missouri as they move on to the round of 32, 37-3. There we go. Up next is Iowa versus Arizona. Two very evenly matched teams duking it out. Let's go. Okay. Once this game is done, we're going to be halfway through the round of 64 already, which is a great spot to be. There's the fake handoff. Gronowski wants to go deep. He's going to throw to the right side instead, and that pass is caught for a quick 5-yard gain. Iowa goes up 3-0. Arizona answers by scoring 2 quick touchdowns. And I don't think Iowa's coming back from that. 17-10. They're trying to make it close. They get the ball back again. They do tie it, 17-17. Arizona retakes the lead 20-17. We're going to the last couple minutes here. Tie game again. And last second field goal for Iowa is going to finish it. Arizona drove but missed their last attempt. And Iowa moves on to the round of 32. They will take on Missouri in an all black and yellow matchup. Final score 23-20. There we go. All right, time for the second half of the round of 64. First up, it's Tennessee against Colorado State. Here we go. It's the 63rd seed against the 2nd seed. Tennessee beat Liberty 20-10 to get here. Colorado State upset Iowa State 20-3 to make it to this round. I'll see if Tennessee can get a second straight victory, keep the SEC's hopes alive, and move on to the round of 32. Kick is returned out to the 24-yard line by Deshaun Bishop as Tennessee will get things started. Aguilar on 1st and 10 throws deep. It's going to be caught by Chris Brazel. A great first down connection for the Volunteers, which will take us to Super Sim. Tennessee opens with a field goal. Colorado State can't respond. They throw an interception. It's 6-0. But Colorado State gets a touchdown. 9-7. They're going back and forth now. 12-7. Tennessee keeps having the lead. 15-7. Colorado State, one more touchdown, 2-point conversion can tie it. They do get it. We're tied with 3 minutes to go. Tennessee can't get anything. They try and drive at the end. We go to overtime, and the winner is Tennessee on a game-winning touchdown in the first overtime to win this one 21-18 and survive and advance to the round of 32. Crazy ending there. But Tennessee moves on. Now we've got UAB versus South Carolina. The Gamecocks will be the home team. Getting a home game as a 95 seed is crazy. Should be an easy win for South Carolina, but they've bungled worse than this. Here we go. Nearly 5 hours into this stream. We are more than halfway through the round of 64. This is now the 82nd game of the tournament out of 127. They're blasted to rude sandstorm in the stadium. Let's update the colorway here. There we go. Big time hit on the return. He's taken it out of the 14-yard line, and that is where the Blazer offense will get started. UAB was able to upset Rutgers 14-9 to get here. South Carolina upset Tulane 14-3. It's probably the only double upset on the entire bracket. Big time deep ball is intercepted on the opening play. 40, 35, gets a block, 30, 25. We've got a pick 6 on the opening play. Probably. He's taken down the 1. Number 24 with a fantastic play. It's Kilgore. Bringing South Carolina all the way to the 1. Jalen Kilgore. We'll see if we can watch this touchdown here. Sellers drops back, throws short, caught. The tight end walks to the end zone, bursts through a man, and gets the score. Touchdown, South Carolina. It's Brady Hunt making the catch, crashing through the first attempted tackler, and walking into the end zone for a USC touchdown. Seven zip, 14 zip, 21 zip. And they're not giving anything to UAB. They are just destroying them. 31-0. 31-7 UAB finally gets on the board. 31-15. They get another touchdown late. They do make it 31-21 at the end to make the scoreboard look presentable. But South Carolina controlled this thing from the jump. 31-21 is your final. South Carolina moves on to face Tennessee in an all-SEC battle coming up soon. Up next, this is a high-profile game. This is Utah versus Indiana. Two very good teams and the defending real-life national champion with the best ratings in this video game. Indiana will be on the road in a very tough Utah environment. Who will come out on top? Oh, wait. Almost screwed that up. Utah versus Indiana. Here we go. It's the 83rd game of this tournament. Maybe the highest stakes one so far. Utah has the best chance out of anybody to knock off the national champions before they can get a run going. And here come the Utes. Opening kickoff is returned. Only to the 18-yard line. Indiana does a good job covering it because, of course, their fundamentals are just excellent. There's a bunch of guys that know how to play football at a very high level. Fernando Mendoza is a 99 overall quarterback with 99 play action. But we probably won't see him in action today. Instead, here's Devin Dampier. He waits, rolls out, throws under pressure, going to be caught. It's a big-time gain and a first down for Utah on their opening play. And that'll take us to Super Sub. Utah starts with a field goal. Indiana gets a touchdown. Utah gets a field goal, drives again to get another field goal. Indiana is down and in trouble. Utah scores again, 16-7, 16-10, 17-16. We're going back and forth, back and forth. And we are going to jump in here with 1:40 to go to watch this because Indiana is about to be eliminated unless they can pull off a miracle. 1:40 to go. Mendoza stops, wants to go deep, has to go deep, launches it deep. That pass is caught for a touchdown on one-play drive. Indiana ties the game. We're going to have an instant classic on our hands as Omar Cooper escapes the coverage and flies downfield for a long game-tying touchdown. They were down 16-7, but they've brought it all the way back. A beautiful throw from the #1 overall draft pick as Omar Cooper makes the catch and walks into the end zone to tie this game with just under 2 minutes to play. All they need is the extra point, which they will get in short order. So here comes the extra point attempt to tie this game. If they don't get this, they're in big trouble. Snap, hold, kick is good. So Indiana ties it. This is such a high-stakes battle for them. Utah's so good. Their home field advantage is excellent. They were always going to give them struggles, but they are really struggling here. 5-10. It's a good kick return coverage play. They take him down before the 15-yard line. The question is, do you use your timeouts to try and get the ball back in regulation? Dampier waits, stops, throws short, almost intercepted, but it is caught. 2nd and 5, they're just going to let the clock run. It's understandable. You got to trust your defense to be able to make the stop in overtime. Utah will not go chew clock. You got press coverage on the other side. Dampier hands it off. He's taken down. Indiana will not call a timeout. They are content to play for overtime. I don't understand that. Deep ball is dropped. Indiana's going to have 30 seconds in all 3 timeouts to get into field goal range. It's certainly doable for this national champion team. They're going to pressure the punter. They don't get any pressure on. The punt goes away freely. They'll fair catch it at the 38. They have 29 seconds to go about 25 yards. Press coverage and Elijah Surratt at the top of your screen. Mendoza looks deep. Surratt dropped the ball. Oh, my God. That was the game-winning play. He had it in his hands but couldn't hold on. Utah makes a great break up there. Mendoza drops back, wants to throw deep again. Instead, he throws short. It's going to be caught. They're not going to call a timeout. That's going to be the end of regulation. They will go to overtime. I mean, at least go for a Hail Mary, you know? Don't just let the clock go down. They're going to let the clock go down to 0. One more play. Mendoza stops, throws deep. They're in field goal range, but the clock has run out. Horrible clock management from Kurt Signetti. Never thought I'd be saying those words out loud. And instead, we're going to overtime. Who will come out on top now? Overtimes have been a chaotic affair so far in this marathon tournament. The coin toss will go the way of Utah, so they will defend first. Mendoza throws over the top. It's going to be caught for a 9-yard game. He's pushing closer to 300 passing yards on the day. After a smart little throw to Omar Cooper for 9 yards to set up 2nd and 1. Mendoza hands it off to number 29. And he gets the first down. To make it 1st and 10 from the 14 for Indiana. This is going to be a very close finish for them. They've got to hope that they can just survive and advance on because they have a much easier matchup in the round of 32 if they get there. That's a run outside to Black, and he is dropped for a loss of 2. Number 0 is able to shut him down. That's Logan Fano. Suddenly, Indiana's behind the 8 ball. More than they have been really since the Penn State game in real life. Mendoza throws short. Almost intercepted. Charlie Becker makes the catch for 4 yards. But it'll be 3rd and 8. The pressure is on. 1. Mendoza lines everybody up. Throws short, caught, touchdown. Nowakowski gets into the end zone to give Indiana the lead in overtime. And now it comes down to their defense to finish the job and send Indiana through to the round of 32. There's not really a lot of watchable games to this one. So here comes the all-important extra point from their kicker. Snap, hold, kick is good. It's 31-24, so now we'll see if Utah can respond with a touchdown or if they will flame out here in the first overtime. Dampier lines everybody up. He's got press coverage at the top and bottom of his screen. He waits, wants to go deep. He does. That pass is caught for a first down. It's 1st and goal from the 6. Utah's not done yet. Dampier under pressure, throws short, knocked away by number 4. It was his, he threw the ball. That was never clean coming out of his hand. It'll be, second goal. God, this cold is just so annoying. Dampier drops back. Throws, end zone, touchdown. Utah said. Okay. Dampier throws short. It's going to be caught for another Utah first down. They're looking to make quick work of this Indiana defense to put Fernando Mendoza behind the 8 ball once again. I still don't know why Indiana didn't go for a field goal with 29 seconds and all 3 timeouts. They got to the 38, but they ran all their time out because they just didn't care. Dampier drops back, under pressure, throws, short, caught, but only for 3 yards. Dampier waits, throws wide open in the end zone. Touchdown, Utah. And they don't care that Indiana has a 99 overall offense and a 99 overall defense. They don't care. They just went on a run for the ages in the real-life college football playoff. They're like, this is a video game. We have home field advantage. We're going to take you down. It all comes down to this 2-point conversion and whether they can convert it. If they can, then Indiana's journey might end tonight. Right here. With only 1 win between Season-Long Imperialism and the Marathon for the Indiana Hoosiers. Dampier waits, throws, got it. Utah goes up 8. And now Indiana will have a chance, but if they can't score a touchdown with a 2-point conversion, their season is over. Utah goes to the round of 42. And Indiana will have nothing to show for the best season in program history and one of the best in college football history, period. Mendoza on first down, throws short, caught to the 10. It's first and goal. They'll say it's first and 10. They'll put the first down marker before the end zone after the catch by Nowakowski. Fernando Mendoza doesn't look particularly fazed by this high-stakes situation. He waits, rolls, throws, end zone, intercepted. Its receiver dropped it. 5, 10, 15, 20. They're going to take it all the way back. Kalon Black is going to try and get back there and take him down. He does, but Utah has taken down Indiana. The Hoosiers are out. Utah is in. They move on to the round of 32. What a shocking development. And I'm glad we were able to watch. All right, up next, Texas State versus Washington. Let's go. Here we go. Texas State got the 18 seed by virtue of just surviving for as long as they possibly could during season-long imperialism. And now they will take on Washington for a chance to move forward and take on Utah in the round of 32. Indiana's gone. The number 1 team is out. Everybody else has a chance now. Not the best return from Anderson, but the Texas State offense will start right there. Lincoln Pear, their running back. Let's see what they can do. Can Texas State pull off another upset win? The answer to that question is no. No, they cannot. 21-3 is the score. 28-3. Texas State's not doing anything to make this interesting. Washington will go from the number 82 seed all the way to the round of 32. Advancing by a score of 31-3. Texas State is done. All right. Up next, you got Illinois versus Louisville for the next round of 32 spot up for grabs. There we go. All right, Illinois suddenly has a very wide open path to a potential spot in the round of 16. Or maybe in the Elite 8. They would love to get there. And sprinting out, and then he's dropped at the 22-yard line, and that is where the Illinois offense will get started against this Louisville defense. Quick throw to the top of number 85, and he is dropped as we're getting to the 30-yard line. That'll take us to Super Sim. Seven to 3, Illinois trying to knock him out early. It's 14-3. Louisville can't answer, and this is going to be a quick victory for Illinois. Unless Louisville can get a touchdown here, they cannot. 21-9, that's going to be the end of it. 21-9, Illinois wins and moves on to the round of 32. There we go. Up next, you got the number 26 seed Pittsburgh taking on the number 90 seed Baylor. There we go. Pit getting set up here in the stadium formerly known as Heinz Field. It should still be known as Heinz Field, if I had my way. And there goes the opening kickoff with Baylor set to return. All right, still waiting here for the first score in this game. A scoreless first half. A scoreless first 3 quarters. Baylor finally gets to the board 3-0. Pittsburgh cannot answer. This is going to be a 3-0 final. 6-0. An awful showing from Pittsburgh. Can't see anything else. Baylor will make the round of 32 as the number 90 seed, winning 6-0. And now it's time for the Terps to probably make their last stand against UCLA. Bruins have a chance to be the lowest or the highest seed to make it to the round of 32 at 119. We'll see if they can pull it off on the road against Maryland. We're going to start in control of Maryland so we can change the depth chart to give Malik Washington the start. But other than that, everything else will be normal. We're just going to do a quick kickoff here. Uh-oh. Big time hit down at 12. And that is where we'll jump over to the CPU. Nico Iamaleava will enter the game and see if he can beat this suspect Maryland defense. Or can Maryland make the round of 32? That'd be an incredible accomplishment for them. Quick screen on first down, and Maryland is not going to blow it up. He's going to get to the outside and pick up 3 yards. Yeah, that's about what I expected. So UCLA will obliterate the Terrapins at home 38-10. That's your final. Maryland's gone. So I got to zip this up. There we go. 38-10. Maryland's out, and UCLA moves on as the 119th ranked team in this tournament. So now you got Texas A&M versus West Virginia. Let's get it set up. Kyle Field is filled to the brim. Over 100,000 huge Aggies fans in attendance, ready to watch Texas A&M go up against West Virginia here. And there goes the kickoff. Return only to the 15-yard line, and that's where Marcel Reed and the Texas A&M offense will get started. It's a good run for Le'Veon Moss, and that'll take us to Super Sim. It's an exciting back and forth game so far, but now Texas A&M has taken control, and they will steamroll West Virginia on their way to the round of 32. Final score 31-14, I'm guessing. 31-15. Okay. That's your final. We will write that down. There we go. Texas A&M moves on to take on UCLA. All right, last 8 games of the round of 64. First up, it's Notre Dame versus Northwestern. It's the battle for the shillelagh. Here we go. There's touchdown Jesus once again. Notre Dame trying to cement their spot in the round of 32. They made the top 10 during season-long imperialism, and they hope to get there again. Not a good kick return, taken down at the 14-yard line by number 8. And that is where the Northwestern offense will get started. Ugh. God, I'm going to take such a great nap once this is all done. Can't wait for that. Here's the opening play for Northwestern. Takes the snap, throws the RPO. He's got a couple blockers out there for a screen, but it doesn't go very well. $14-0, 21-0. Notre Dame not wasting any time dispatching Northwestern in embarrassing fashion. Will they break 40? Yes, 45-0. Crazy win for Notre Dame. There we go. Notre Dame moves on to the round of 32, and now a very fun game. It's Vanderbilt versus Auburn for the right to take on Notre Dame in the next round. And Auburn will just barely get home field advantage here. They were the 94th seed. Vanderbilt was number 99. So we're going out to Jordan-Hare with just 7 games left in the round of 64. here we go. Can Diego Pavia lead his team to another big-time victory against a middling SEC foe? The home field advantage is going to be very tough to deal with, though. We'll see if he has what it takes. Beautiful TFL by Auburn on the opening play. Malik Blockton gets there. And that'll take us to Super Sim. Can Vanderbilt pull off the win? The answer is maybe. They're up 10-0. They're up 17-3. It looks like they're going to get 17-10. That's your ball game. Vanderbilt moves on. There we go. That'll be a fun game in round of 32. Meanwhile, it's Oklahoma versus Virginia as we continue in the round of 64. Let's get the lighting right. There we go. Five and a half hours into the stream. And only 38 teams are left. Oklahoma made the college football playoff. They won 5 games in this tournament during season-long imperialism. They already have 1 victory tonight. And they can get win number 2 here against the ACC runners-up in the Virginia Cavaliers. I'm starting to flag a little bit energy-wise. I think in the other round of 32, I'm going to take like a 15-minute nap just to reset my bearings a little bit. Here comes John Mateer, ready to lead the Oklahoma offense onto the field. He's got a bunch of elite ratings. He's a good quarterback. He was a Heisman favorite for a little bit before Fernando Mendoza took over that award. Mateer throws the screen outside. Can be caught to the 20. He's dropped down for only a 3-yard gain, and that will take us to Super Sim. Seven nothing, 7-7. Virginia trying to keep it close. They do take the lead, 10-7. Oklahoma in trouble. They can't get a go-ahead touchdown. Virginia trying to make it a 2-possession game. They do. It's 13-7. Oklahoma running out of spaces. They're starting to drive here. They do get the go-ahead touchdown. Virginia responds 19-14, and they're going to win this game 19-14. Oklahoma is gone. Cavaliers move on. Oklahoma has been eliminated. A shocking upset as Virginia cements their place in this tournament and moves on to the round of 32. 19-14 is the final. So now we got Clemson versus Michigan. Let's get it set up. Two good teams with great defenses. Let's see how they match up. Good coverage of the kick return, taking him down at the 18-yard line. There's our Bryce Underwood. And the Michigan offense will get started. Underwood throws short. That was a deep ball. That is caught out to the 45-yard line. A 27-yard gain to Marlon Klein. And that'll take us to Super Sim. Three nothing. 6-0. 7-6 Clemson scores. 9-7. 16-7. Michigan trying to put them away. And they do. The Michigan Wolverines will pull off the upset at Death Valley to move on to the round of 32 to take on Virginia. Crazy win for Michigan. There we go. All right, 4 games left in the round of 64. First up, it's BYU against New Mexico State. Let's get it set up. This should be a very easy win for BYU. Once again, the gorgeous mountains of Provo, Utah serve as the backdrop for one of the last remaining games in the round of 64 as the BYU Cougars, one of the highest rated teams remaining in the tournament, will try and solidify their spot in the round of 32 with a quick win over New Mexico State. Here comes the kick return for New Mexico State. Needs to be taken down to the 20-yard line. Okay. New Mexico State can't score on their opening drive. BYU goes up 3-0, but they tie at 3-3. BYU goes up 10-3. New Mexico State cannot respond predictably. They do tie it at 10. Hold on. They got it back. You've got to be kidding me. We're going to go one play at a time here because I think this is just going to be a set of quarterback kneel downs. That's your ball game. New Mexico State just beat BYU on the road. The most shocking upset of the tournament. The Aggies move on. Unbelievable. We have our Cinderella, and it's the New Mexico State Aggies. Who would have thought? 13-10 is your final. Let's take a look at the bracket. There we go. New Mexico State goes through. And they will have a group of 5 opponent in the round of 32. It's either going to be Jacksonville State or Bowling Green. Let's get it set up. There we go. No true favorite in this one, but Bowling Green will have home field advantage. There we go. So there's only going to be 3 group of 5 teams in the round of 32. And either Jacksonville State or Bowling Green will be that last one. RPO goes outside. It's going to be caught for a short gain, 2nd and 4 coming up, but we are jumping into Super Sim before that. There we go. Jacksonville State goes up 14-0. They're not giving Bowling Green a chance. 14-9 though. Hold on. They can't score. Bowling Green trying to drive late. They do. 15-14. That's your final. Bowling Green with a last-second comeback to win 15-14. They move forward, knocking off 2 Southern teams to get all the way to the round of 32. Final score 15-14. Unbelievable. So now last 2 games in the round of 64. First up, you got TCU versus UConn. Going to make an educated guess and says that TCU, despite the fact they're a much lower seed, they're going to wipe the floor with UConn. There we go. Okay. We're going to jump straight into this. Can TCU go into the round of 32 as the 118th seed in this tournament? All the way down there near the bottom with UCLA, who's also in the round of 32. Let's find out. So here come the Horned Frogs. Eric McAllister, one of the best receivers in the country. Skylar Bell also has some skill to him. There's the fake handoff. Hoover is hit as he throws the ball. It's incomplete. And that'll take us to the 2-minute warning. Or the Super Sim. UConn goes up 7-0. TCU answers. UConn kicks a field goal. TCU answers with a touchdown. They get a 3rd touchdown. UConn makes it 21-17. This is a high stakes game going back and forth. 23-21. TCU retakes lead 28-23. UConn trying to take a lead. They can't. 35-23. That's going to be your ball game. TCU moves on with a final score of 35-23. There we go. Last game of the first round here. It's LSU versus Florida in Death Valley. All right. Here we go. Last game of the second round. It's LSU versus Florida. Winner gets to face TCU at home in the round of 32. It's a good prize, these two teams. All right, time to go Super Sim for last time in this round. Florida takes the lead at Death Valley. LSU answers. Neither team can score. There's Florida with a touchdown. Can they get a second one? Yes, they can. 21-7. LSU in deep trouble. 21-14. Florida can't answer. LSU gets it back. It's too late. Florida wins. They take down LSU 21-14. Big time upset win for the Gators, who want to get another tournament title here. And that is your round of 32. And so rejuvenated, we are ready to go and get these last 31 games out of the way. We have made it to the round of 32. First game is Ohio State versus Kansas. Let's get the lighting right and get going. Ohio State has had very easy wins. With their first two matchups, we'll see if they can continue that luck here. This is the first legitimate opponent they've had to face. It's 5 o'clock. I think we'll stay in 3 p.m. mode for the next couple games. Maybe we'll switch halfway through the round of 32. All right, the Buckeyes jogging out, ready to go. Winner gets a spot in the Sweet 16. Ohio State beat both Wyoming and Toledo to get here. Kansas took down UTSA and Colorado. We are 6 hours into this stream. 31 games to go. Can Kansas pull off the upset to end all upsets? To give themselves a spot in the Sweet 16 and one of the most famous victories in Imperialism history. Let's find out. Opening kickoff will be returned to the 18-yard line. And that's where Jalen Daniels will step out for a legacy-defining game here on the road against Ohio State.
Daniels, the play is completely blown up by Ohio State's defense and the Buckeyes. They are not looking to get upset right now. They know this is not a trap game. They're just going to blast right through Kansas. Yeah, 17-3. This game is over. It was low scoring, and then Ohio State gets up to their prerequisite 31. Final score 34-10. Ohio State rings the victory bells for the third time this tournament, and they move on to the Sweet 16. There we go. Now it's time for Georgia Tech versus UNLV. Let's get set up. Georgia Tech, the 17 seed. They beat Kent State and Washington State to get here. UNLV was able to beat Northern Illinois and Central Michigan. There we go. The return gets out past the 20 up to the 22-yard line, and that is where Haynes King and Georgia Tech will get started once again. Let's update this lighting here. There we go. Starting to get a little bit dark outside. Haynes King throws outside on the first play. It's going to pick up about 7 yards to set up 2nd and 3 for the Yellow Jackets. Georgia Tech goes up 7-0. UNLV trying to respond. They do. It's 7-7. 14-7, Georgia Tech in the lead going into the fourth quarter. UNLV ties it. It's going to be a crazy end. 21-14, UNLV ties it again. Georgia Tech trying to drive. It's a game-winning touchdown for UNLV. That's a massive upset, as the Rebels will ensure there will be a Group of 5 team in the Sweet 16. UNLV with a massive upset over Georgia Tech. They're going to get destroyed by Ohio State, but who cares? That's 3 wins for the Rebels. 28-21 is your final in a crazy game. UNLV moves on. Now we get our first matchup between two true blue bloods. It's Oregon versus Texas for a spot in the Sweet 16. So we return to Autzen Stadium once again. In game 99 of this tournament. The Oregon Ducks getting ready. They would love another blowout win to march them through to the Sweet 16. Dan Lanning hyping up his Ducks on the sideline. Steve Sarkisian doing the same on the other side. Two of the best teams in the country taking each other on here in the round of 32. It's a good tackle on the kick return down at the 17-yard line, and that is where Arch Manning will step onto the field in hostile territory. Two very good tight ends. Manning drops back. Looking, throwing short. Going to be caught wide open for a Texas first down past the 30-yard line. And that'll take us to Super Sim. Texas goes up 14-0. Oregon doesn't know what to do. They do get a field goal. They got to score again. They don't. 17-3 going into halftime. Finally 17-10. Can Oregon make the comeback? No. No, they can't. 24-10. Texas is going to they're going to wipe the floor with Oregon. The Ducks are dead. It's another turn. They'll lose. The defending marathon champions go out, and Texas survives. 24-10. There we go. So now we have Georgia versus NC State to decide who will play against Texas in the next round. And here come the Georgia Bulldogs. Taking on an underrated NC State squad that is very upset-minded going into this game. There's a little bulldog. As Georgia gets this started. So here comes Georgia getting ready to start this game on offense from the 18-yard line. Stockton hands it off. No, it's a fake. He wants to go deep, and he does. That pass is dropped. And that'll take us to Super Sim. NC State goes up 7-0. Now they're up 14-0. Georgia in deep trouble in the Deep South. 17-0. NC State is shutting out Georgia at Sanford. 17-7. They don't score again. They do get a late field goal, but they will not drive. NC State has pulled off one of the upsets of the tournament. They defeat Georgia to make it to the Sweet 16. They'll play Texas. The Georgia dream is dead. That's now their fifth Imperialism or CFB tournament they have lost. Kirby Smart is out, and I couldn't be happier. Right, dear? Couldn't be happier. That feels good. $17-10 is the final. NC State gets the victory. All right, so now we've got Miami versus USC, another blue blood battle. Let's get it going. There we go. Here we go. Miami made it to the national championship both in real life and in season-long imperialism. They would love a three-peat here, and they would love to win one of these, you know? And now that Indiana's gone, they just might be the front runners. Here's USC standing in their way. Good takedown on the kick return at the 20-yard line, and that is where Jaden Mayava will get started for the Trojans. It's a passable first run, a gain of 2 for USC as Miami stops it right there. And we'll go to Super Sim. Can Miami make quick work of the Trojans, or will USC pull off the upset? USC goes up 7. Miami answers. USC gets a field goal. Miami gets another touchdown. USC gets a touchdown. 17-17 going into the second half. 24-17 now. USC trying to tie the game. They can't quite do it. It's going back and forth. Craziness right at the end here. 31-17. USC does get the last touchdown, but it's not going to be enough. Miami moves on by a score of 31-24. They will advance to the Sweet 16. The 4 seed moves on. There we go. So now it's time for Ole Miss versus UCF. Let's get it set up. Go 2 teams that made it very, very far in season-long imperialism will now battle for an opportunity to face Miami in the Sweet 16. Pete Golding hyping up his troops once again. It's UCF versus Ole Miss. And we're underway in Oxford. Great return on the kick return down at the 17-yard line. Beautiful run on the opening play for UCF. It's going to be a first down up to the 33-yard line. A 16-yard gain from Miles Montgomery. And that'll take us to Super Sim. UCF scores first. Ole Miss trying to pull it back, but their offense cannot find anything. They finally tie the game at 3-3. Somebody needs to score a touchdown. Ole Miss gets a field goal with 3 minutes to go. It's going to be a very close ending, and Ole Miss gets a 6-3 victory. It's something. They will go on to face Miami in a rematch of the college football playoff semifinal. There we go. Still got a long way to go in the round of 32. Up next is Penn State versus Texas Tech. Let's see how this one goes. Another clash of the Titans. All right, it's the Big 10 against the Big 12. Two absolutely fantastic defenses loaded with NFL caliber players. Battling for a spot in the Sweet 16 to take on either Missouri or Iowa. That's a great tackle to take him down to the 19-yard line, and that is where Baron Morton and the Texas Tech offense will get started. So Baron Morton walks up with 1st and 10 at the 19-yard line. He sends the running back in motion. He's waiting. He's waiting. He's going to throw out to that running back. He's going to make the catch, spin past the first man, and pick up about 6 yards instead of 2nd and 4. That'll bring us to Super Sim. Three 0. 10-0. 10-7. Penn State trying to come back, and they don't. They're in deep trouble here going into the 4th quarter. They need one score to try and take the lead. They can't get it. Texas Tech running out all the time in the world, and they will win this game 10-7, knock out the number 5 seed Penn State, and advance to the round of 16 by a score of 10-7. Okay. Up next, it's an all black and yellow battle between Missouri and Iowa. There we go. Okay. Three going into halftime. Iowa takes the lead 17-3. 24. Wow. The Iowa Hawkeyes are going to roll right into the Sweet 16 by demolishing Missouri 37-10. They will get a home game in the Sweet 16 against Texas Tech. Watch out, folks. Iowa has arrived. There we go. All right, just 8 games left in the round of 32. First up is Tennessee taking on South Carolina. Let's get it set up. This is going to be a very even ball game. I don't know if I trust Tennessee as far as I can throw them. They're going to be tested immensely tonight by South Carolina. Here we go. It's a good kick return by South Carolina out to the 28-yard line by Nick Harbor. And that is where Lenore Sellers will bring his team out. Looking for a big-time win to add to his resume. Sellers throws in the RPO. It's going to be caught but dropped. And that'll bring up 2nd and 10. Nine to 7, Tennessee starting to take control. 16-7. We're starting to see that grit and moxie that took them through the season-long tournament, because South Carolina's not doing anything against this defense. 26-7 is your final. Tennessee moves on to the Sweet 16. And there we go. Up next is Utah versus Washington for a chance to face Tennessee. There we go. It's a former Pac-12 showdown that is now Big 10 versus Big 12 because conferences don't make sense anymore. Make this one all red for Utah's home uniforms. And here come the Utes, fresh off their shocking double overtime upset win over Indiana. They're ready to beat anybody that stands in their way. So Washington's got to be playing at their best if they want to take down Utah.
Little speed option play gets blown up in the backfield. Washington can't go anywhere with that. Utah makes the stop, and we are going to Super Sim. Utah takes the lead, and I don't think they're going to look back. Nope, it's a tie game. 14-7. Can Washington answer? No, they cannot. 21-7, and that is going to wrap this thing up. Utah is going to destroy Washington 24-14 and advance to the Sweet 16 to take on Tennessee. That'll be quite the game to see. There we go. There are about 6 games to go. First up, it's Illinois versus Baylor. It's going to be this lighting setup. Let's get this going. So Illinois gets another home game. Against a very feisty Baylor team that has fought their way through multiple upset wins to make it to this point. I don't think they're scared of Illinois one bit. Here we go. There's a nice takedown. Just 21 teams remain in this tournament. Both Illinois and Baylor can see the light at the end of the tunnel now. It's going to be a read option to Luke Altmaier, who gets by the first defender and picks up 2 yards for Illinois. Three 0 Illinois. Baylor takes the lead. It's another low-scoring battle. Illinois retakes the lead. Baylor trying to claw their way up the field. They do. It's 10-10 in the third quarter. Illinois needs to score again to really put the pressure on, but instead Baylor will go up by 7. Illinois marching at the very, very end. They missed the extra point. Oh, no. The game ends on that. They might have gone for 2 to win it. They missed it. Baylor pulls off the upset. Another single-digit seed is out. And the Baylor Bears will go to the Sweet 16. Unbelievable. And speaking of low-ranked teams, number 119 UCLA is about to take on the 23rd seed Texas A&M. So let's get the lighting right for that. There we go. Could UCLA pull off a 3rd straight upset? We're going to find out right now. As we go to Kyle Field in College Station, Texas.
to see the Aggies take on the Bruins. Texas versus UCLA in the round of 32. The lowest seed remaining in the tournament will take on a very dangerous Texas A&M squad, but one that's very prone to upsets. And that return man is taken down. And that is where Nico Iamaleava will start things for UCLA. Both teams have 87 overalls at quarterback. We'll see which one is able to come out on top in this tightly contested ball game. The handoff to number 21 goes outside of the 20, 25-30, 35-40. It's a fantastic run by UCLA to open things up. It's Javian Thomas running for 24 yards outside. 6.5 hours into this stream, and I think we have 20 teams left. Is that correct? Yes, 20 teams remaining. Iamaleava hands it off to 21 again. I completely forgot to go to Super Sim. And now we have an injury timeout, so we can't go yet. Maybe we can now. Yep. UCLA trying to keep it close, but they can't. 24-10. They do make it 24-17. They don't get the ball back. Texas A&M wins it a close one, and they will face Baylor in the Sweet 16. Okay, last 4 games of the round of 32. There we go. First up, it is a premier matchup. Notre Dame versus Vanderbilt. Let's get the lighting right. Okay. This should be a fun one. South Bend, Indiana is once again the site that we go to as we take a look at Touchdown Jesus and that huge Notre Dame band. And Diego Pavia and Vanderbilt come charging out the gate, looking to pull off an upset win over the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. Neither of these teams has ever won an Imperialism event. They both want their first tonight. It's a good tackle on the return, taking him down to the 18-yard line. And that is where CJ Carr, Notre Dame, will get started on the offensive end. Carr in the shotgun. He hands it off to Jeremiah Love on the outside, who gets some blocking. 25-30, 35-40. Jukes past a man up to the 43-yard line. A 26-yard gain on 1st and 10 for Jeremiah Love. And that'll take us to Super Sim. Notre Dame predictably starts with nothing on the first drive. Vanderbilt gets a field goal. 7-3 now Notre Dame. They make it 10-3. Vanderbilt responds with a field goal of their own, but they got to start getting touchdowns soon. There's a touchdown. 17-13 now Notre Dame. They want to make it 24-13. They can't. 20-17, Vanderbilt takes the lead. And we are going to jump in here for the last 2 minutes to take a look at how this one ends. 3rd and 10, Vanderbilt has the ball. They're probably going to punt it back to Notre Dame up by 3. Unless they can convert here. This is Diego Pavia's biggest moment of the season. Can he come through when his team needs him the most? Pavia drops back under pressure, launches deep. That pass is dropped. He was looking for number 6 and couldn't find him. They will punt the ball with 1:50 to go. The Notre Dame crowd is in a frenzy. There goes the punt. It's fair caught at the 35-yard line. Notre Dame needs about 30 yards to tie this game. CJ Carr in the completely empty set. He drops back, throws short, going to be caught by Jeremiah Love, and he picks up 7 yards while stepping out of bounds. They're already about a fifth of the way there. They're just going to keep going at that pace, and they will win this game. Carr takes the snap, throws deep, caught by number 9. That's Eli Raritan, their tight end. Up to the 44, and they're very close now. Another first down, and they will be in field goal range. And Vanderbilt has to start worrying about time. Strong catch. Great run afterwards. Just a fantastic football play. 1st and 10 now for Notre Dame. Carr. Short again. They run the exact same play. That pass was tipped out of the hands of the receiver. It flew into the air at a very slow speed. Everybody could see it moving in slow motion, but nobody could get there in time, which means it'll fall harmlessly to the turf and set up 2nd and 10 for Notre Dame. Carr in the shotgun. Throws short. That's going to be number 1 making the catch. I believe it's Malachi Fields. But he barely gets anything. 3rd and 9. Notre Dame's still not in field goal range. Vanderbilt could actually pull this off if they make the right play here defensively. 1 minute left in regulation. This would be a 60-yard field goal from here. That's not within their range. Carr throws short, caught by number 0. He does not get the first down. They get to the 37. This will be a 54-yard kick. It's makeable, but it's going to be very difficult. Vanderbilt will not call their timeout. They're probably playing for overtime at this point. This is going to be a very hard kick for Notre Dame to make. Can their kicker pull off a miracle? Timeout, Vanderbilt. They're going to ice the kicker. Here we go. Snap, hold, kick is good. And he had plenty of space on that one. We are tied at 20. Vanderbilt has 2 timeouts, but only 16 seconds. I'm guessing they're just going to kneel the ball and take this thing to overtime. Because look how well that worked for Indiana. Yes, I do think it's a bad choice. Yeah, that was straight down the middle. Perfect kick. They will return it. He's taken down the 21-yard line with 12 seconds. Just go deep. What's the worst that could happen? Pavia just hands it off to Cedric Alexander. He's stuffed in the backfield. And that will take us to overtime. Let's see if Vanderbilt can win the coin toss here. Vanderbilt gets the coin toss. They will defend to start. That's a huge choice for them. They'll play defense. Notre Dame will start with the ball here in overtime. This would be a titanic upset if Vanderbilt's able to move on. Carr waits, throws deep. That's going to be caught for a Notre Dame first down up to the 6-yard line. He has 164 passing yards. Vanderbilt has really shut him down, but CJ Carr is finally finding his stride right when he needs to. Six hours and 45 minutes into this marathon stream. Carr hands it off to Jeremiah Love. Love is stuffed for only a 1-yard pickup there. They're going to be forced to pass this ball. CJ Carr has yet to throw a passing touchdown in this ball game. And it's going to be high risk going against these opportunistic Vanderbilt defenders who are looking to end this game with an interception. Carr going to go quarterback draw. He can't get the pitch away. It's a fantastic tackle by C.J. Hurd. It'll be 3rd and goal from the 8-yard line. Suddenly, Notre Dame is in trouble. Carr under pressure. Throws last second. It's caught for a Notre Dame touchdown. Jaden Greathouse gets into the end zone. Just when you think you have him blocked, they find somebody wide open over the middle on a crossing route. So Notre Dame will take a 7-point lead here. Vanderbilt will be forced to answer. And then they will get the ball back. Quick throw to the sideline is caught. This could be a first down for Vanderbilt to the 14. A quick little play to Richie Hoskins to gain 11 yards. Pavia's in his bag, but he's got to keep playing smart and efficient football and not take any undue risks here because one pick ends this game. Pavia under pressure, throws to the end zone. That pass is caught for a touchdown. The ball popped out at the end. Junior Sherrill makes the catch. We're going to have to see whether the refs... They're going to say it's a touchdown. Junior Sherrill makes the catch. Let's take one more look at it. Clock's going down. I think they're confirming it. So after a 2-play drive, Vanderbilt's going to give it right. Well, they'll keep the ball. But we're going straight to double overtime here as long as they make this extra point. Got it. So it's 27-27. Pavia lines up in the pistol with trips to his right. It's a beautiful TFL. Well, no, he'll gain 1 yard, Cedric Alexander, but it's not a great play to start off the drive. Not sure if I like taking the ball out of Diego Pavia's hands here. Pavia rolls out, throws short, going to be caught. But it only gains 3. It'll be 3rd and 6 for Vanderbilt. It all comes down to this play. Pavia with a 4 wide receiver set. He waits, throws, short, caught for a first down. He did come running back behind the line where they're going to say he had forward progress. That's Richardson making the catch. It's a Vanderbilt first down up to the 13. And they don't have to send the field goal unit out there yet. They're still going for that tutty. 1st and 10 from the 13 for Vanderbilt. They hand off Alexander. He gets outside the 15. Jukes past another man and picks up about 3 or 2 yards up to the 11. Pavia lines everybody up. Waits. Throws short. End zone. Alexander in the end zone. Touchdown, Vanderbilt. And now it's time for the all-important 2-point conversion. To decide what Notre Dame needs to do on their next possession. They run it to Alexander, and he goes in untouched. It's 35-27. So now it comes down to the Vanderbilt defense. Can they get a stop against this star-studded, battle-tested Notre Dame lineup? C.J. Carr steps up in the shotgun in the empty set. He waits. He's going to float to the end zone of the first play. Wide open touchdown. It'll all come down to this 2-point conversion, and all we're doing from here on out is 2-point conversions. If Notre Dame doesn't get this one, the game is over. If they do, we begin the battle. Jordan Faison out-juked his defender at the line and walked into the end zone to catch that ball wide open. So here it is. The most important play of this marathon so far. Can Notre Dame convert on the 2-point conversion to keep this game going, or will Vanderbilt go to the Sweet 16? Here's your moment. They're stacking the box. They want to avoid the run. It's Jadarian Price. They're going to throw it. Carr has an opening. Throws. Got it. And we are going to triple overtime, folks, for the first time in this tournament. Aren't you glad we tuned in? So here's the first conversion. It'll go to Notre Dame. Carr hands it off to Price. Price is stuffed. He's stuffed. And Vanderbilt will have a chance to end the game right here with a successful 2-point conversion. Here we go. Diego Pavia. He's got his fans. He's got his detractors. It all comes down to this. Pavia drops back at a throw, got his man in there, and Vanderbilt has pulled the upset. The 99 seed will go to the Sweet 16 by knocking out number 3 Notre Dame in triple overtime. Vanderbilt moves on. Oh, that's a great result. That's a great result right there. Diego Pavia, 226 passing yards, 4 touchdowns on the day. And we will go back to the bracket. There we go. Vanderbilt moves on to the Sweet 16. Now, who will join them there? Will it be Virginia or Michigan? Let's find out. It's the big house. It's two talented teams. It's an upset-minded Virginia squad and a battle-tested Michigan team. Let's see who will move on to face Vanderbilt in the Sweet 16. A battle of two very talented running backs. Let's see how this one turns out. Underwood throws deep on the opening play. It's going to be dropped. And that'll take us to Super Sim. Michigan starts with a field goal. Virginia cannot answer. It's 10-0. And it's 13-0, and this game is over. Michigan will manhandle Virginia into a paste. It's 21-0. Virginia just didn't show up. It's 28-0. They finally get a garbage time touchdown at the end, but that'll be your final score. 28-7. Michigan moves on. So now we get our last two games of the round. First up, it's an all group of 5 game in the round of 32. Who'd have thought? It's New Mexico State with a home game against Bowling Green. Here we go. Arguably the biggest game in New Mexico State history, as they will battle Bowling Green for a spot in the Sweet 16. Here we go. It's a great return out to the 40. That's the best kick return we've seen so far in this tournament. New Mexico State got here by upsetting BYU on the road. And Bowling Green got here by taking down Jacksonville State at home in the last round. Now both teams go in very cognizant of how great this opportunity is. And they destroy the opening play, Bowling Green. A loss of 4 that will take us to Super Sim. Or at least not yet. First we got to see the replay. Okay, now we can go to Super Sim. There we go. New Mexico State starts with a field goal. Bowling Green answers with a touchdown and another field goal. 10-10, we're tied going into halftime. New Mexico State takes the lead 13-10. Bowling Green's going to get a touchdown. Nope, just a field goal. New Mexico State gets a field goal, 16-16. We're going to the final seconds here, and it's going to be overtime. Bowling Green and New Mexico State gets a game-winning touchdown to go past Bowling Green and get their spot in the Sweet 16. New Mexico State, the slipper still fits. 22-19 in overtime. There we go. So now the last game of the round of 32 will be Florida at home against TCU. Let's get the lighting right. There we go. Can TCU pull off the upset win to make the national championship? Or will Florida end this Cinderella run right here to move into a Sweet 16 battle against a group of 5 opponent? Here come the Gators. Here in the swamp. Eric McAllister is a very talented receiver for TCU. Will run out on the field ready to go for the Horned Frogs. TCU made it here by beating UConn and Arizona State. Florida's had a couple of easy wins. There's a nice run outside past the 30 up to the 32-yard line for Jeremy Payne on the opening play, and that'll take us to Super Sim. Three 0 TCU. Florida cannot seize the opportunity. It's 6-0. Now they get a touchdown. TCU tries to answer. They don't. Still no answer. They finally score 14-7. They get the 2-point conversion. Florida ties it at 14. Going into the fourth quarter, it's going to be crazy close. Who's going to get the score? Who's going to do it? It's overtime. Florida takes the lead and wins the game by a final score of 21-14. They will move on to the Sweet 16. It went to overtime. TCU made it close, but Florida was able to pull it off in the end. So that's it. I'm going to take another quick, let's call it a 15-minute break. All right. Time to finish this thing. First up, we've got Ohio State, who will now play the number 49 seed, the UNLV Rebels. Where's my controller? Right here? Okay. We're 7 hours and 17 minutes into this thing. And we can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Let's get this one set up. Ohio State has obliterated every single team they've faced so far. Hold on. God, I went to one urgent care place before this cold started, and they have not shut up. They just called me for a phone survey. Like, you're an urgent care place. You're only going to have a certain level of care, you know? You're not going to be... I don't know, man. To be the manager of an urgent care place, I cannot imagine what kind of meaningless stuff you must go through on a daily basis. I actually wrote a whole musical about that, but that's a separate point. Anyway... Ohio State versus UNLV. Let's get it set up. Okay. took some more Dayquil. Hopefully it does something. It's not doing anything so far. Okay. And we once again find ourselves in Buckeye Stadium out in Columbus, Ohio. As the Ohio State Buckeyes emerge and the band dots the I. Here comes UNLV. They've had plenty of upsets to get here. They just knocked off Georgia Tech in the round of 32 in order to get this matchup with the number 1 team in CFB 26 and the front runner to win this whole dang thing. UNLV will get the ball first. Let's see what they can do. Here's Anthony Calandria, ready to lead his troops into battle. They are outgunned at basically every single position. But that didn't stop them against Georgia Tech. We'll see if they can make some magic happen here. Calandria fakes the handoff, throws quickly, and the RPO is going to be a flag down. It's probably some sort of illegal formation or holding or something. Pass interference. Yeah. So that'll make it 1st and 20. We're going to have to jump straight into this play. We can't go to Super Sim yet. And they blow up that play in the backfield. It's 2nd and 22, and that's going to be right about how this game goes, you know? Let's just skip to the end and find out who wins. It's going to be Ohio State. $13-0. 13-3. 20-3. Yeah, it's a blowout. It's the 4th consecutive blowout for Ohio State. They're just making it look easy, rolling through this tournament. Victory bell goes off again. It's 30-3, your final. And Ohio State moves on to the Elite Eight. Okay, on to Texas versus NC State. NC State beat Georgia to get here. I'm sure Ohio State's very appreciative of them for pulling off that upset, because now... And Texas is also appreciative as well, because they're probably going to destroy NC State here. Here we go. It's ACC versus SEC for a spot in the Elite Eight against the best team of the tournament, the Ohio State Buckeyes. But Texas has a claim to that title as well. They didn't do great in Imperialism. They were the 40th ranked team in the tournament. But they certainly did better than NC State. And they would hope they would have enough firepower to eliminate a middling squad from the ACC. But Georgia didn't have enough, so who does? It's a valid question. And it's one that we will answer right now. Can NC State pull off 2 consecutive upsets to somehow be in the Elite Eight as the 105th seed of this tournament? Kick return is stopped at the 17-yard line, and that is where NC State's quarterback will get started against this vaunted Texas defense. Here we go. Hands number 3 gets outside. 25-30. He's got a lane 40. 45-50. Beautiful run by Hollywood Smothers. Up to the 46. It's a giant run on first down. And that'll take us to Super Sim. Does NC State have more tricks up their sleeves? No. No, they do not. Texas wins. Well, 17-10. No, it's over. As expected, Texas absolutely demolishes NC State. And they will face Ohio State in a rematch of last year's College Football Playoff semifinal. Except it'll be the quarterfinal of this tournament. That really wasn't close. 44-10 is your final. There we go. Up next, it's a rematch of this year's semifinal. It's Miami versus Ole Miss. There we go. This game's close. I think we're going to hop into it because it is going to be a hugely consequential game for who ends up going to the Natty. Here come the Hurricanes once again. Getting ready to battle a very talented Miami squad that made the national championship both in season-long imperialism and in real life. They know how to win close, important games, and they know how to beat Ole Miss in those exact scenarios. The sun is officially set as we wind down towards the end of this tournament. Chambliss stops, throws short, caught. Great move right there. Chambliss launches a pass, gorgeous, to number 19. And that will take us to Super Sim. It's a high-scoring game. Can Miami answer? No. Yes, they can. 17-14. 17 all, and stop. It's going to be 4th and 9. Will Ole Miss go for it? They kind of have to. They will go for it. This is your ball game. Chambliss in the shotgun. They're going ultra wide. He drops back. He waits. He throws. He's got a man there. It's incomplete. Miami knocks it out. And one first down will end this game. Backhands off to Fletcher. Fletcher goes outside. He is crushed for a loss of 2. That'll be a timeout. Ole Miss will hope to get the ball back with about a minute and 30 seconds and no timeouts to try and get a game-tying touchdown. They are out of space. Beck sends the tight end in motion.
Hands off to Fletcher again. Fletcher goes up the middle, and he's taken down again. So here's 3rd and 10. Beck sends Fletcher in motion. He's under pressure. He's sacked. There's the 3rd Ole Miss timeout. 3 consecutive tackles for loss for Ole Miss's defense. This is going to be a 48-yard field goal to make this a 7-point game. Bert Auburn's kick is almost, oh my God, it's roughing the kicker. They're going to call roughing the kicker and give Miami the game right here. And that's the end. That's the kneel down. Miami's going to get a 24-20 victory. Ole Miss's journey is over once again at the hands of the Hurricanes. That's your ball game. What a depressing way to lose. So who will join Miami in the Elite Eight? Will it be Texas Tech or Iowa? Let's find out together. There we go. Quick pass to Caden Weegan goes out of bounds for a 5-yard gain. If anybody can contend with a team like Texas Tech, I think it might be Iowa. We'll see if they can keep it close. No, they can't. It's 14-0. That's your ball game. 14-7, maybe, but no. Well, they tie it. Can they take the lead? No. 21-14, they make it a 4-point game. That's not going to matter. 24-17. And they do tie it late. Hold on. Overtime, 31-31. Hold on. And Texas Tech gets a game-winning 2-point conversion to beat Iowa in double overtime and move on to the Elite Eight. 39-37 is your final. There we go. All right, 4 more games in the Sweet 16. First up, it's Tennessee versus Utah. Let's get it set up. There we go.
All right. Ugh. Just 12 teams remaining now. Tennessee made it to the top 10 of season-long imperialism. Not many other teams that are left can claim that. Miami did, Ohio State did, and Tennessee. Just 3 of the original top 10 are still left. It's a whole bunch of other teams that are really taking advantage of that second chance. Utah's one of them. They fell just short of the top 10 during season-long imperialism. If they win this one, they'll make it to the Elite Eight and possibly further. Tennessee would love to keep going as the SEC's last hope once again. Who's got more grit? Here comes the kickoff. Tennessee will receive at the start. It's not a good return, taken down at the 12-yard line. Utah does a great job covering that one up. Quick RPO is going to pick up 6 yards for Tennessee, and that is going to take us to Super Sim. Here we go. Three, 10-3. Tennessee goes up. They go up 17-3. Utah's got to keep pace, or they're going to be run out of the building. 17-6, 20-6. Going into the fourth quarter now, Utah trying to make it 20-13. They can't quite do it. That's going to end the game. Tennessee moves on to the Elite Eight. Utah falls just short of the top 10 once again. There we go. Tennessee moves on, and they will face the winner of Baylor versus Texas A&M. So we return to Kyle Field once again. It's the Battle of the Brazos. There we go. Well, yeah. I like this one better. Okay. Texas A&M returns it out to the 20-yard line. My voice is starting to get just a little bit tired. We'll see if Marcel Reed and the Aggies offense can do enough to ship Texas A&M all the way through to the Elite Eight of this marathon tournament. Reed drops back, throws short, going to be caught for a Texas A&M first down. It's to number 1. Who makes the catch. It's a great play for him. Tevin Williams with the tackle as we go to Super Sim. Three game early on as we go to the second quarter. 6-3. Still no touchdowns. 9-3. Baylor can't get one. They still can't get one. We're halfway through the third quarter. 12-3. Still no touchdowns.
15-3, 22-3. There's the touchdown, and it's going to be a Texas A&M victory. 32-3 is your final. It was not close. Baylor did all of that just to completely fail to show up when it mattered most. Texas A&M on to the quarterfinals by a final score of 32-3. Last two games of the Sweet 16 here. First up, it's our headliner. It's Vanderbilt versus Michigan. Let's get the lighting right and get this going. Vanderbilt has gotten here by the absolute skin of their teeth. And now they've got another very hard matchup on the road at the Big House against Michigan. No idea if they're going to do well here. But they're certainly going to have a chance. Big House fully stocked and ready to go, as Michigan looks to earn a spot in the Elite Eight to try and win their first imperialism crown. Even though this isn't technically imperialism. Everybody remembers their opening run in season-long imperialism, playing 24 games, winning 20 of them, but coming up just short in the national championship against Texas. They haven't really had any big moments since then. This is the furthest they've made it in a tournament since that initial run, and they really want to finish the job this time. A lot of the biggest contenders are out. The only ones left is Ohio State. And Michigan knows how to beat Ohio State. Vanderbilt will take a knee on the opening kickoff. Smart move. And there's Diego Pavia, staring irrelevance in the face. Because once he leaves Vanderbilt, I don't think he's going to see much success at the NFL level. But he can still find success here. Pavia fakes the handoff, wants to throw short to Eli Stowers, his tight end, and he barely gets a yard. Jay-Sean Barham shuts him down, and that'll take us to Super Sim. Let's see if Vanderbilt can keep it close. Michigan goes up 7-0. Vanderbilt can't respond. It's 14-0. This game's over. Vanderbilt's done. Michigan will go on to the Elite Eight. That is really, really depressing. It's 30-0. That's your ball game. Ay, ay, ay. Had a feeling that was coming. Michigan moves on. Vanderbilt's dream is dead. And now we go to New Mexico State versus Florida. Our last remaining Group of 5 team will try and pull off a stunning upset against the Gators on the road. Let's see if they can do it. This is our last chance for a truly shocking result. We'll see if we get it. So here we go. It's Conference USA against the SEC.
The most lopsided conference matchup there is. New Mexico State will take a knee on the opening kickoff. Smart choice. It's a good opening run for New Mexico State. He found some space in the middle of the field. That'll pick up 5 yards as we go to Super Sim. Can they keep this game close? That's the question. No. Well, maybe. They're up 3-0, but then Florida scores, and they're going to score again. Not yet. 10-3. Yeah, okay, that's it. Another blowout. New Mexico State is out. Florida advances, and we have an all-power 4 Elite 8. $27-3 is your final. All right. Let's just jump straight into the Elite 8. It's Ohio State versus Texas. Two very good teams taking each other on here. But only one can come out victorious. Only one can make it to the Final Four. There goes the drum major for Ohio State. As this team that has demolished every single opponent in their path comes up against their toughest test so far, the Texas Longhorns. Only 7 games left in this entire tournament. Only the best of the best remain. Texas will receive the opening kickoff. And we are underway. I don't know why I didn't go to Super Sim there. Sorry, I'm losing a little bit of energy here. Manning hands it off to Wisner. Wisner goes up the middle for a Texas first down. And that will take us to Super Sim. Both of these teams have won these tournaments before. Only one can come out on top. Texas takes a 3-0 lead. Ohio State retakes it 7-3, 10-3. They score here, it's over. 13. Yep, that's it. 16-3 is your final score. Ohio State makes very quick work of Texas.
Their defense is just absurd. Texas is gone. Ohio State has made the Final Four. Now we're getting Miami versus Texas Tech. Let's get the lights show up and ready. There we go. Okay. It's been some close games for both of these teams, but only one of them can advance up to the Final Four to take on Ohio State. Miami wants another crack at the Buckeyes after the way their national championship in Imperialism ended and the way their real-life national championship ended. They want a title for Carson Beck, damn it. But here come the Texas Tech Red Raiders. Coming in as the number 101 seed in this tournament. It didn't matter. They just started crushing teams left and right. And then got a very close double overtime victory over Iowa in the Sweet 16 to make it here. They also beat Penn State and Wake Forest and Arkansas State throughout this tournament to make it to this stage against Miami. Okay. Mark Fletcher, their fantastic running back. He's their lead weapon when things get close. Beck hands it off to Fletcher. Nope, it's going to be an RPO outside. Beautiful play design up to the 28-yard line. And that'll take us to Super Sim. There we go. This one's not close so far. 21-7. Texas Tech trying to keep it close. Can they tie the game? Yes, they can. 16 seconds to go. We're going to watch this last moment because Texas Tech can kick the game-winning field goal right here to send the Red Raiders on to the Final Four. They're going to want one more play just to get right into the middle of the field, I would assume. Instead, they hand it off to the left, so they will kick this from the left hash. Timeout Miami. That's their last one. Are the Hurricanes going to come up just short again? Morton hands it off up the middle. Watch out! He's taken down right in the middle of the field, 4th and 3. They're going to have to call a timeout right now. There it is. 2 seconds to go. And it all comes down to Texas Tech's kicker. There is no icing. It is now or never. A 37-yard kick to send Texas Tech right through. Snap, hold, kick is good! And Texas Tech pulls off the upset. No high seed, no problem. The Red Raiders advance all the way to the semifinal to take on Ohio State. 24-21. There we go. Just 2 games left in the Elite Eight. First up, it's Tennessee versus Texas A&M. Let's get the lights right. There we go.
This should be another close, very exciting battle between two of the best teams in the SEC. Right at the end of the tournament. Here we go. It's the number 2 seed Tennessee Volunteers, who won 6 games during season-long imperialism, including against Georgia, before losing twice to Illinois, of all teams, and ending the tournament in 10th place, which is a crazy spot for the SEC champion to end up. And now they take on the Texas A&M Aggies. Neither of these teams has ever won an imperialism event. This will be the first title for both of them. Kickoff is away, and we are underway in Knoxville. It's not the best return from number 2. And that'll start the Volunteers out at the 19-yard line for Joey Aguilar and this Tennessee offense. Aguilar fakes it, waits, throws deep. He's got an open man, wide open 50. 45, 40. Kitzelman doesn't have the speed to get all the way there, but he will be taken down at the 18-yard line. A 63-yard gain on 1st and 10. Tennessee already in business. They only get a field goal out of it as Texas A&M's defense tightens up. It's 3-3 as we go to the second quarter. Tennessee takes a 10-3 lead. Texas A&M trying to come back. They won't. 20-10. Can they make it 20-17? Nope. This game is over. 26-10. Tennessee goes on to the Final Four. Which means all that's left in the Elite Eight is Michigan versus Florida. Florida will just barely get home field advantage due to some tiebreakers in the season-long imperialism stats. Even though they went 0-2 in season-long imperialism, they made it all the way here. Okay. Here we go. Michigan versus Florida. Only 5 teams are left. Okay, we are 8 hours into this thing. About to hit 7 o'clock. And only 4 games remain. The Gators and the Wolverines battling each other for the last remaining spot in the semifinals. Florida's journey here. They went through Purdue, LSU, TCU, and New Mexico State to make it here. Michigan beat Duke, Clemson, Virginia, and Vanderbilt to earn a spot in the Elite Eight. Michigan will return the kick. because they don't want anything just handed to them. They want to earn it. So Bryce Underwood steps out just behind the 20-yard line with some talented running backs, great receivers, a good tight end room, fantastic offensive line. He's got all the weapons he needs to get to the semifinals. Can he finish the job? Underwood throws deep. That's going to be caught by Marlon Klein for a first down. And that'll take us to Super Sim. Seven nothing Michigan. 14-0 Michigan. They haven't allowed a point in so long, and I don't think they're going to allow one here. 21-3. They do finally allow some points. 31-3. And this game's not going to be close. Michigan destroys Florida at the Swamp and goes to the semifinal. There's only one SEC team remaining, and it's Tennessee once again. There we go. So our final semifinals are Ohio State versus Texas Tech and Tennessee versus Michigan, both on neutral ground. We're going to start with Ohio State versus Texas Tech. There we go. Okay, here we go. It's the Verbo Fiesta Bowl featuring Ohio State and Texas Tech for a spot in the Marathon National Championship. Ohio State, the defending season-long Imperialism champions. They know what it feels like to be in moments like this, and they know how to convert when it matters most. Can their team come through once again against the Texas Tech Red Raiders, who did not win a single game during Imperialism, only barely made the cut to enter this tournament as the 101st seed? But they've made it all the way here, and no one should be doubting them anymore. Kick return does not get to the 20-yard line. Texas Tech does a good job covering it. And there's Julian Sayin. He drops back. Waiting, launching deep in the opening play, and there goes a beautiful play to the receiver, Brandon Innes, for a 31-yard gain, and that'll take us to Super Sim. Or not, yeah, we're going to see a replay first. We'll have to watch this second play now. Sayin hands it off to Jackson outside. He finds a little bit of a seam and picks up 5 yards. And that will take us to Super Sim. Touchdown Ohio State. Texas Tech can only respond with a field goal. They get another one and a touchdown. 13-7. 20-7. Is this the end for Ohio State? It certainly looks like it. We're going to watch the rest. 3:38 to go. Texas Tech marching. A field goal would be a beautiful thing right now, but they want a touchdown. They want to end this thing right here. 3:28 to play. Baron Morton lines up his troops. Press cover to the top of your screen and probably at the bottom as well. They hand it off to number 8.
He finds a huge lane to the 35. It's another Texas Tech first down. And now they're in field goal range. Ohio State on the verge of losing. If they do lose this game, that means we will have a new tournament champion for the 5th time in a row. Morton running the clock all the way down. He throws an RPO, knocked to the ground. That's a free timeout for Ohio State. Huge break for the Buckeyes. This will be a 49-yard kick from here. Definitely makeable. It's almost impossible to miss. So here's Morton in the shotgun. He's going to hand it off to number 8. Beautiful run. 25-20. Tries to juke outside. He's taken down inbounds, and Ohio State's forced to call their first timeout. One more first down, and Texas Tech can end this ball game. Number 8 takes it again. Wide open, 15-10. There's the first down, and that's it. Texas Tech's going to go to the national championship. And Ohio State will fall just short of going back-to-back. Fake handoff, Morton rolls, taken down. 2:27 to go. There's Ohio State's last time out. We read option again. Morton is crushed by number 92. And that's going to run this thing all the way down to the 2-minute timeout. And you really want to score a touchdown if you're Texas Tech. You don't want to give them the ball with a one-possession game. So it all comes down to this play. If Texas Tech scores, they're going to the national championship. If they don't, they're giving Ohio State a pretty solid chance of coming back and winning this thing. Morton sends a man in motion, fakes it, hands it off. Number 8 splits the defense and wins the game for Texas Tech. That is your ball game. The Red Raiders have come into State Farm Stadium and beaten the best team in college football. We're just going to super sim the rest of this one play at a time. Seven seconds to go. That's your ball game. They don't even score. Time runs out for Ohio State. And Texas Tech will go to the national championship. What a way to finish for the Red Raiders. Coming back from an early deficit, taking a big lead and holding on for dear life. So Texas Tech's in the Natty. Who's joining them there? Is it Tennessee or Michigan? Let's find out. Wrong colors. Tennessee will get their home look. But it will be a neutral site game at the All-State Sugar Bowl. There we go. The All-State Sugar Bowl will decide
the other team in the national championship, to see who will join Texas Tech in the final of this marathon tournament. We're 8 hours and 10 minutes into this stream, and we're right at the end of it. Here we go. Michigan versus Tennessee. Michigan's pathway took them through a murderer's row of opponents. They started off by beating Duke, and then Clemson, then Virginia, then Vanderbilt, and then Florida to take on Tennessee. Meanwhile, the Volunteers beat Liberty, Colorado State, South Carolina, Utah, and Texas A&M to get all the way here. They both more than deserve to be here. But who can execute their game plan better to go face Texas Tech? Underwood drops back, throws short, gonna be dropped as Tennessee's defense makes the big play. We will go to Super Sim. Michigan goes up 3. Tennessee gets the first touchdown of the game right before halftime. Gets a second one, 14-3, 17-3. Is Michigan going to find out what it feels like to be blown out? No, they're going to try and get back into it late. They get the ball. Here we go. They're at the 35-yard line, close to getting a game-tying touchdown to erase a 14-point fourth quarter deficit against Tennessee. Let's see if they can finish the job. Underwood, 35 yards away. Tight end goes in motion. He's going to fake the handoff. Wants to go deep. Avoiding the pressure. Rolls out. Kind of lost. Still rolling out. Still waiting. Finally fires deep. It's going to be caught at the 15-yard line. Michigan calls a timeout. It's now or never on this drive. No more punting it away or kicking a field goal and trying to get the ball back. You have to score a touchdown. Underwood hands it off. Justice Haynes up the middle, picking up about 6 yards for 2nd and 4. It's going to come down to Max Gilbert, Tennessee's kicker, who's missed a lot as a computer. He's one of the worst CPU kickers in the game. 2nd and 4 now for Michigan. Underwood under pressure, throws outside number 23. He's got space to the 5. Taken down. Jackson Moy is down with an injury for Tennessee. It's a bad player to lose in a goal line situation. It's 1st and goal for Michigan. Tournament on the line. Underwood lines up with plenty of big blockers out the left way. They hand it off. No, it's a quick screen. Nobody there. Touchdown, Michigan. Perfect play call. Kendrick Bell makes the catch to tie this ball game at 17. And they were down 14 points going into the fourth quarter. It's Donovan McCulley, making the catch to bring the Wolverines all the way back. So here's the all-important extra point from Dominic Zvada. Snap, hold, kick is good. It's 17 all. They're doing a whole bunch of backflips for Michigan. Tennessee, though, has 77 seconds and all 3 timeouts to get into field goal range for their inconsistent at best kicker. They will return the kick to the 10, to the 15, and not much further. Not a good return, given the circumstances. So now it comes down to Joey Aguilar and the Tennessee Volunteers. They send Kitzelman in motion. Aguilar fakes the handoff, wants to go deep. Instead, he'll just throw short to Kitzelman, and he is crushed for only 5. they're going to let the clock run. I think Tennessee's playing for overtime. So dumb. Aguilar throws short. Caught. First down. And they will use their timeout now. 41 seconds to play. They still got to go about 40 yards. To get into field goal range, you have press coverage at the top of your screen. Will they use it? Aguilar wants to go there. Instead, throws short to Kitzelman, who makes the catch. There goes another 15 seconds. I don't get it. I don't get why you would throw that pass. Because now you have just 20 seconds remaining to make something happen. They come out in a quad formation. 15 seconds to go. Aguilar is going to throw a quick pass over the middle. First down, Kitzelman. Kitzelman going to be taken down at the 46. 10 seconds to go. You just have to throw it over the middle. And you got to attempt a long field goal. That's your only option here. Aguilar drops back, throws. Does he have his man? It's intercepted. Oh, no. With 6 seconds to go, we're going to overtime in the Sugar Bowl. Tennessee choked it away. They were 10 yards away from kicking a field goal and going to the Natty, but it looks like Michigan's going to win this game in overtime. Ugh. Tevis Metcalf saw that route coming the entire way, makes the interception. Ay, ay, ay. Underwood drops back, waiting. Going to try and launch it deep to win the game right here. The pass is tipped into the air. And did they catch that? You've got to be kidding me. It's pass interference on the defense, but did he catch the ball? No, he dropped it. But now it's going to be first and 10 from the 48. They get to try another Hail Mary. Underwood drops back. Gonna launch it deep for the win. That pass is knocked down, incomplete. We are going to overtime. Okay. That was too close for comfort. So Tennessee goes to overtime again. Actually, I don't think they've been here before. Michigan might have been here. It'll all be decided from within the 25-yard line. Tennessee wins the toss, so they will play defense. Underwood drops back, throws short, going to be caught by number 0, and he is taken down for an 8-yard gain. Bryce Underwood today, 271 passing yards and a score. He's done just enough, especially in this fourth quarter, to finally figure out Tennessee's intricacies in defense and just carve him up for 2 straight touchdown drives to send this thing to overtime. Underwood waits. Under pressure. He's going to throw to the end zone. Touchdown. Michigan takes the lead in improbable fashion. It's McCulley making the catch. And now Tennessee has to answer. Wow. Truly a crazy turn of events in this game. It's going to allow Michigan to go to the national championship. Zvada sends it through. It's 24-17, and now it comes down to Tennessee's offense, which has gone ice cold for most of this game, we're being honest. Only 2 touchdown drives.
Just can't throw an interception. You can't do that. Aguilar drops back, throws deep, wide open, and dropped. He dropped the ball he had in his hands, but just tossed it up in the air after controlling it. That was a 1st and goal play easily. Oh my God. Aguilar waits, throws the exact same play, and that time it works for a 1st down. Goes to number 5. And we'll see what they draw up here from the 15-yard line. 1st and 10 for Tennessee. Aguilar throws to the end zone. He's open. Oh my God, it's intercepted. Michigan's going to the national championship. What a horrible throw by Joey Aguilar. Michigan wins. It's Michigan versus Texas Tech in the Natty. 24-17 in overtime. That is a depressing way for Tennessee's run to end. Blowing a 14-point fourth quarter lead. So now, it's Michigan versus Texas Tech for all the marbles. There we go. Let's do it one last time. The 127th game that we've simulated today. And Michigan has returned to the precipice of these tournaments. It's been a little over a year since they last made it to one of these, but they are back. Here we go. It's the national championship. It's Texas Tech versus Michigan. Who will come out on top? Oh, God. Okay. 8.5 hours into this, we are at our final game. We're going to finish this thing out 90 minutes ahead of schedule, I think. Which is a great place to be. And there we go. Michigan will get started after not a great kick return. There's the two running backs. Bryce Underwood lines everybody up. He takes the snap. Under pressure, launches deep. That pass is dropped. And we will go to Super Sim in the Natty. We'll see if this one stays close. Texas Tech goes up 3-0. 3-3. Still 3-3. And we're going to jump in right there and watch the rest. It's 6-3. Michigan right around midfield looking to end this ball game and win their first ever tournament national championship on their 5th try. Underwood throws to the right. It's going to be caught by McCulley. He's just barely short of the first down. Texas Tech really needs to get a stop here. They don't want to have to get a touchdown on their last drive when they haven't gotten one all night. Underwood lines everybody up. This is going to be a tush-push play. Let's see if they can get it. He rolls forward. He's got it. 1st and 10, Michigan. And now it's all going to come down to Texas Tech's run defense. Can they make a couple stops in a row to get the ball back for their offense one last time before Michigan's in field goal range? Underwood steps up under center once again. Press coverage to the top of your screen. He hands it off to Haynes. Wide open 40, 35, 30, 25, 20. Michigan has won the national championship. Just as Haynes puts the exclamation point on it. And Michigan, after going through the gauntlet of all gauntlets in the first season-long imperialism and coming up just short when I really should have let them use their last extra life in the national championship, they failed to show up for the marathon, failed to show up for the invitational, failed to show up in season-long imperialism, got the 46th seed, but now they've made it all the way to the Natty, and they are blanking Texas Tech when it matters most. Kick is up and good. Texas Tech needs a miracle. They would have to score their first touchdown incredibly quickly, keep all their timeouts, get the ball back, make another stop on defense, and then kick a game-tying field goal to send it to overtime. I don't think you're going to have time or the ability to score 2 touchdowns against this defense. Take the kick out. They have to score in the next 1 minute and 19 seconds to really have a chance. So a quick pass in the RPO to number 7. He's taken down after only a 5-yard pickup. There go another 15 seconds. And you don't have the leeway to be able to do that. Morton throws quickly. Caught for a first down. But we're not to the 2-minute timeout yet, so that's going to cost another 15 seconds. .233 to go. Maybe they're just playing for the onside kick. Morton wants to throw deep. He does. It's caught. Wide open for their Texas Tech first down. That's going to take us close to the 2-minute timeout. But they're probably going to get one more playoff before that happens. Carter Jr. with the catch. Tech lines everybody up. And that will be the 2-minute timeout. So now you just have to score without calling any of your timeouts. Saving all of them for just in case you don't get the onside kick. Morton hands it off up the middle to Cameron Dickey, who's been completely shut down. That's another 15 seconds off the clock. Completely unexplainable play call. .140 to go here. Morton throws short, caught by Carter Jr. Short of the first down. They're going to call a timeout for an injury. There goes their first timeout. Terrence Carter Jr. is down. All right. Third and 6. Now you have to get an onside kick, and that's if you score. Morton needs to throw deep, throws a screen instead. They will get the first down, and he steps out of bounds to stop the clock. Smart play. You just didn't gain a lot of yards. You're still 39 yards away from pay dirt with 1:30 to go. There's a good run for Dickey. Can he get to the first down? Can he get out of bounds? No, so it's a waste of a play. There go 15 more seconds off the clock. Michigan can taste it. They're almost there. Morton has to throw deep. He throws it short instead. Can he get the first down? No, because Jay-Sean Barham blows it up. It's 3rd and 1. 15 more seconds will take off the clock. Michigan has shut down everything short. Morton, out of time, has to throw it deep. This is the moment. The pass is knocked away and intercepted. Michigan has won. Jay-Sean Barham. One of the guys from that team last year that played incredibly. He's a Maryland transfer. And he just won this marathon championship for the Michigan Wolverines. And they deserve it. They've had to go through some very excellent teams to get to this point. They're going to kneel the ball here. Bryce Underwood takes them to the promised land when Alex Orji could not. There's the kneel down. And the Michigan Wolverines are the end of season marathon national champions. Wow. What a run from both of these teams. To come from disadvantaged seeds, make their way through a whole bunch of difficult opponents, and win the whole thing in Michigan's case. A fantastic tournament for them. Michigan finally gets their first victory, joining Texas, Oregon, Florida, and Ohio State with titles. There was the touchdown, the only touchdown of the game for Justice Haynes. Rumble it all the way in. There they are celebrating with the trophy. Let's finish off the bracket. There we go. Michigan has won. Tournament is over. Michigan gets the crown at 7-0. Texas Tech finishes second. Tennessee and Ohio State tie for 3rd place. That's the end. Clocking in at just over 8.5 hours. We are done. We did it in one stream. Great job. I am exhausted. And I will see you guys in July for the Kickoff Invitational of College Football 27.